Introduction to the Perils of Pauline. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Perils of Pauline by Charles Goddard. Cast. Pauline Marvin, our heroine. Chapters 1 through 7.
Read by Ankila.
And chapters 8 through 24.
Voiced by Karen Cummins.
Harry Marvin, would-be fiancé.
Read by Don Bott.
Raymond Owen, shifty trustee of the estate. And Farrell.
Read by Tom Powers.
Montgomery Mugg Hicks, rough character and villain.
Read by Peake.
Stanford Marvin, beloved father and guardian. Nelson Cromwell Boyd, pirate. Hal Haynes, Montana rancher. Diplomat, part of a spy ring. Burgess, peace officer. Eddie Caboth, Garcia, auctioneer. Richard Gorman, and taxicab manager.
Read by Tommy Hersant.
Signor Baskinelli, a.k.a. Major Piquot. Bassett, Kurt Sykes. Rupert Wallace, Blount, peace officer, and counterfeiter.
Recorded by Tom Clifton.
Mary Haynes, Montana woman. Mademoiselle de Logjean, a spy. Louis Rentz, Carrie, farmer. Mr. Wilmerdine, Mrs. Cortelio, Chinese priest, nurse, and old man.
Read by Tricia G.
Chief Red Snake, Miguel Mario, a.k.a. Baltazar, Dr. Stevens, Chinaman, Poker Player 2, and Henchman 1.
Read by Greg Vestal.
Ben Summers.
Read by Mark Smith.
Lucille Hamlin, Pauline's best friend.
Read by Anna Roberts.
Catton, Sheriff Hill, Simon, Michael Caliban, and oldest henchman.
Read by Rick F.
Jenkins, the Great Pagood. Harvey Shefflin, stoker on ship. James, Owens' driver, and telegraph operator.
Read by David Lawrence.
Gardner.
Read by Matt L. Spear.
Junk shop owner.
Read by William Hazeltine.
Margaret, Pauline's maid. Sophie McAllen, and woman on train.
Read by Rissa Byrne.
Man at party. Senor Panatella, man in the crowd, and boatman.
Read by Jody Bly.
Newspaper editor.
Read by Patricia Fromm.
Poker Player 1, mechanic, second officer, and porter.
Read by Miriam Esther Goldman.
Tom Patton, Chauncey Hamlin, and Shipman Grimes.
Read by Algie Pug.
Bill Cabot.
Read by Roger Frank.
Cowboy.
Read by Tom Crawford.
Big Smoke, Bemis, and Rocco.
Read by Phil Chenevert.
Indian interpreter. Observer 1, Chief Officer, Taxi Driver, Circus Man 1, and Circus Man 2.
Read by Ken Felt.
Doctor.
Read by NCAT.
Observer 2.
Read by Courtney Matz.
Hotel Clerk.
Read by Melissa Michelle.
Narration, chapters 1 through 19.
Recording by Carolyn Francis.
And chapters 20 through 24. Read by Lynette Geisel. End of introduction.
The Perils of Pauline, Chapter 1, by Charles Goddard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 1. The Breath of Dead Centuries. In one of the stateliest mansions on the lower Hudson, near New York, old Stanford Marvin, president of the Marvin Motors Company, dozed over his papers while Owen, his confidential secretary, eyed him across the mahogany flat-top desk. A soft purring sound floated in the open window, and half-roused the aged manufacturer. It came from one of his own cars, 6 cylinders chanting in unison a litany of power to the great modern god of gasoline. These things had been in his mind since the motor industry started. He had lived with them, wrestled with them during his meals, and taken them to his dreams at night. Now they formed a rhythm, and he heard them in his brain just before the fainting spells, which had come so frequently of late. He glanced at the secretary and noted Owen's gaze with something of a start.
"What are you thinking about, Raymond?"
he queried, with his customary directness.
"Your health, sir,"
replied Owen, who, like all intelligent rascals, never lied when the truth would do equally well. As a matter of fact, Owen had wondered whether his employer would last a year or a month. He much preferred a month, for there was reason to believe that the Marvin will would contain a handsome bequest to my faithful secretary.
"Oh, bosh,"
said the old man.
"You and Dr. Stevens would make a mummy of me before I'm dead."
"That reminds me, sir,"
said Owen smoothly,
"that the International Express Company has delivered a large crate addressed to you from Cairo, Egypt. I presume it is the mummy you bought on your last trip. Where shall I place it?"
Mr. Marvin's eye coursed around the walls of the handsome library, which had been his office since the doctor had forbidden him to visit his automobile works and steel-stamping mills.
"Take out that bust of Pallas Athene,"
he ordered,
"and stand the mummy up in its place."
Owen nodded, poised his pencil, and prompted,
"You were just dictating about the new piston rings."
Mr. Marvin drew his hand across his eyes and looked out the window. Within the range of his vision was one of the most charming sights in the world, a handsome youth and a pretty girl, arrayed in white flannels, playing tennis.
"Never mind the letters. Tell Harry and Pauline. I wish to see them."
Alone, the old man opened a drawer and took a dose of medicine. Then he unfolded Dr. Stevens' letter and read its final paragraph, which prescribed a change of climate, together with complete and permanent rest, or
"I will not answer for the consequences."
There was little doubt that no primer mover in a great industry was better able to leave its helm than Stanford Marvin. His lieutenants were able, efficient, and contented. The factories would go of their own momentum for a year or two at least. Then his son, Harry, just out of college, should be able, perhaps, to help. His lieutenants had proved Marvin's unerring instinct in judging character. Not one single case came to the old employer's mind of a man who had failed to turn out exactly as he expected. Yet the most trusted man of all, Raymond Owen, the secretary, was disloyal and dishonest. This one exception was easily enough explained. When Owen came to Marvin's attention 15 years before, he was a fine, honest, faithful man. It was born and bred in him to be straight. During the first 5 or 6 years in the Marvin household, the older man took pains to keep watch on this quiet, tactful youth until he knew all his ways and even his habits of thought. There was no doubt that Owen was as upright and clean as the old man himself. At the age of 40, the devil entered into Owen. It came in the form of insomnia. Loss of sleep will make any man irritable and unreasonable, but hardly dishonest. With the sleeplessness, however, came the temptation to take drugs. Owen shifted from one narcotic to another, finally settling down upon morphine. 5 years of the opiate had made him its slave. Every physician knows that morphine fiends become dishonest. The secretary had speculated with his modest savings and lost them. He had borrowed and lost again, and now, for some time, had been betting on horse races. This last had made him acquainted with a certain Montgomery Hicks, who lived well without visible source of income. Through Hicks, Owen had betrayed one of his employer's guarded secrets. Hicks, armed with this secret, promptly changed from a friendly creditor to a blackmailer. Owen, on his way to summon Pauline and Harry, descended to the basement, where the butler, gardener, and a colored man were uncrating the Egyptian mummy. He told them to stand it in place of the bust of Pallas Athena in the library, and then went out, crossing the splendid lawns and gravelled roads to the tennis court. There was no design in Owen's mind against the two players, but of late the instinct of both the hunter and the hunted were showing in him, and it prompted him to approach quietly and under cover. So he passed along the edge of a hedge and stood a moment within earshot. Pauline was about to serve, but paused to look down at the loosened laces of her small white shoe. She heard Harry's racket drop, and saw him hurdle the net. In another instant he was at her feet, tying the tiny bow.
"You needn't have done that, Harry,"
she said.
"Oh, no,"
Harry affirmed, as he vainly tried to make his bow as trim as its mate.
"I suppose not. I don't suppose I need to think about you all the time either, or follow you around till that new cocker spaniel of yours thinks I'm part of your shadow. Perhaps I don't need to love you."
"Harry, get up. Someone will see you and think you're proposing to me."
"Think? They ought to know I'm proposing. But, Pauline, talking about need, there isn't any need of your being so pretty. Your eyes are bigger and bluer than they really need to be. You could see just as well if you didn't have such long, curly lashes, and there isn't any real necessity for the way they group together in that starry effect, like Nell Brinkley's girls. Is there any need of 15 different beautiful shades of light where the sun strikes your hair just back of your ear?"
"Harry, stop this. The score is 40-15.
Yes, all these things are entirely unnecessary. I'm going to have old Mother Nature indicted by the grand jury for willful, wasteful, wanton extravagance, unless you promise."
Harry paused.
Now, Harry, don't use up your whole vocabulary. Promise what?
"Promise to marry me at once."
No, Harry, I can't do that. That is, right away. I must have time.
"Why time? Pauline, don't you love me?"
Yes, I think I do love you, Harry. And you know there is nobody else in the world.
"Then what do you want time for?"
Why, to see life, and to know what life really is."
"All right. Marry me, and I'll show you life. I'll lead you any kind of life you want."
No, that won't do. As an old, settled-down married woman, I couldn't really do what I want. I must see life in all its great moments. I must have thrills, adventures, see people, do daring things, watch battles. It might be best for me even to see someone killed if that were possible. As I was telling Harley St. John last night.
"Harley St. John? Well, if I catch that fop taking you motoring again, you'll get your wish and see a real nice aristocratic murder. He ought to be put out of his misery anyway. But where did you get all these sudden notions about wild and strenuous life?"
Pauline did not answer. They both heard a discreet cough, and Owen rounded the corner of the hedge. He delivered his message, and the three walked slowly toward the house. Advancing to meet them came a dashy checked suit. Above it was a large Panama hat with a gaudy ribbon. A red necktie was also visible, even at a considerable distance. Between the hat and the necktie a face several degrees darker in color than the tie came into view as the distance lessened. It was Mr. Montgomery Hicks, whose first name was usually pronounced Montgomery, and thence degenerated into Mug. Mug's inflamed and scowling face and bulging eyes usually conveyed the general impression that he was about to burst into profanity, a conjecture which frequently proved correct. In this case, He merely remarked in a sort of newsboy voice,
"Mr. Raymond Owen, I believe."
The secretary's sallow face flushed a little as he stepped aside and let Harry and Pauline pass out of earshot.
"See here, Mug,"
complained Owen.
"I haven't a cent for you. You will get me discharged if you come around here like this."
"Well, I'll get you fired right now,"
growled Mug,
"if you don't come across with the money."
And he started toward the front steps. Owen led him out of sight of the house and finally got rid of him. For a blackmailer knows he can strike but once, and having struck, he loses all power over his victim. So Hicks withheld the blow, collected a paltry $30, and consented to wait a little while for Marvin to die. Harry and Pauline passed on into the house. He had the straight backbone and well-poised head of the West Pointer, but without the unnatural stiffness of the soldier's carriage. The shoulders of the halfback and the lean hips of a runner were his, and he had earned them in 4 years on his varsity football and track teams. The girl beside him, half a head shorter, tripped along with the easy action of a thoroughbred. Both bore the name of Marvin, yet there was no relationship. Harry's mother, long dead, had adopted this girl on Mr. Marvin's first trip to Egypt. Pauline was the daughter of an English father and a native mother. Mrs. Marvin first saw her as a blue-eyed baby, too young to understand that its parents had just been drowned in the Nile. As brother and sister they grew up together until college separated the two. After 4 years, Pauline's dainty prettiness struck Harry with a distinct shock, the delightful sort of shock known as love at first sight. It was really Harry's first sight of her as a woman. Every sense and instinct in him shouted, "Get that girl," and nothing in him answered no. Mr. Marvin looked unusually pale as those two very vital young persons stepped into the library. He read their thoughts and said quietly,
"Harry, I've been placed in the hands of a receiver."
"Receiver?"
echoed Harry, with amazement, for he knew that Marvin Enterprises were financed magnificently.
"Yes, Dr. Stevens is the receiver. He says I've exhausted my entire stock of nervous capital, that my account at the Bank of Physical Endurance is overdrawn. Nature has called her loans, and you might say that I am a nervous bankrupt."
"So all you need is rest,"
cried Pauline,
"and you'll be as strong as ever."
"Well, before I rest, I want to assure myself about you children. Harry, you love Pauline, don't you?"
You bet I do, Father."
"Pauline, you love Harry, don't you?"
"Yes,"
answered Pauline slowly.
"And you will marry right away?"
"This very minute, if she would have me,"
said Harry.
"And you, Pauline?"
queried the old man.
"Yes, Father."
For she loved him and felt toward him as if she were indeed his daughter.
"Perhaps sometime I'll marry Harry, but not for a year or two. I couldn't marry him now. It wouldn't be right."
"Wouldn't be right? Well, I'd like to know why not."
Pauline was silent a moment. She hated to oppose this fine old man, but her will was as firm as his, and well he knew it. Harry spoke for her.
"Oh, she wants to see life before she settles down. Wild life, sin and iniquity, battle, murder, and sudden death, and all that sort of stuff. I don't know what's gotten into women these days anyway."
Then Polly, prettily, daintily, as she did all things, and with charming little blushes and hesitations, confessed her secret. In short, it was her ambition to be a writer of something worth while, a great writer. To be a great writer, one must know life, and to know life, One must see it, see the world. She ended by asking the two men if this were not so. They looked at each other and coughed with evident relief at the comparative harmlessness of her whim.
Yes, Polly,
said old man Marvin.
A great writer ought to see life in order to know what he is writing about. But what makes you suspect that you have the ability to be even an ordinary writer?
Marvin's sire winked at Marvin's son, and Marvin's son winked back, for no man is too old or too young to enjoy teasing a pretty and serious girl. Pauline saw the wink, and her foot ceased tracing a pattern in the carpet and stamped on it instead.
I'll show you what reason I have to think I can write. My first story has just been published in the biggest magazine in the country. I have had a copy of it lying around here for days with my story in it, and nobody has even looked at it.
Out she flashed, and Harry after her, almost upsetting the butler and gardener, who appeared in the library doorway. These two worthies advanced upon the statue of Paulus without noticing the master of the house sitting behind his big desk. The butler did notice that a large hound from the stable had followed the gardener into the room.
That's what one gets for letting outdoor servants into the house,
muttered the butler, as he hustled the big dog to the front door and ejected him.
Is he addressing himself to me or to the pup, I wonder?
Asked the gardener, a fat, good-natured Irishman, as he placed himself in front of the statue. He read the name Paulus, forced his rusty derby hat down over his ears in imitation of the statue's helmet, and mimicked the pose. Together they staggered out with their burden. A moment later they returned, carrying, with the help of two other men, the mummy in its big case. Owen also entered, and Marvin, with the joy of an Egyptologist, grasped a magnifying glass and examined the case. The old man's hobby had been Egypt. His liberal checks had assisted in many an excavation, and his knowledge of her relics was remarkable. Inserting a steel paper cutter in a crack, he deftly pried open the upper half of the mummy's front. Beneath lay the mass of wrappings in which thousands of years ago the priests of the Nile had swathed some lady of wealth and rank. It was a woman, Marvin was sure, from the inscriptions on her tomb, and he believed her to be a princess. The secretary excused himself and went to his room, where his precious morphine pills were hidden. The old man, left alone, deftly opened the many layers of cloth which bound the ancient form. A faint scent that was almost like a presence came forth from the unwrapped folds. Long-lost balms they were, ancient spices, forgotten antiseptics of a great race that blossomed and fell thousands of years before its time.
I smell the dead centuries,
whispered Marvin to himself.
I can almost feel their weight. The world was young when this woman breathed. Perhaps she was pretty and foolish like my Polly. Yes, and maybe as stubborn too. Manetho says they had a good deal to say in those days. Ah, now we shall see her face.
He had uncovered a bit of the mummy's forehead when out of the bandages fell a tiny vial. Marvin quickly picked it up. The vial was carved from some sort of green crystal in the shape of a two-headed Egyptian bird god. Without effort, the stopper came out and Marvin held the small bottle to his nostrils, only to drop it at the mummy's feet. It exhaled the odor of the mummy, which the reek of the centuries intensified 1,000 times. It was too much for the old man. He had overtaxed his feeble vitality and felt his senses leaving him. With the entire force of his will, he was able to get to a chair, into which he sank. The odor of the vial was still in his nostrils. His eyes were fixed and stared straight ahead, but he could see, in a faint, unnatural yellow light that bathed the room. From the vial, lying at the mummy's feet, a vapor appeared to rise. It floated toward the swathed figure, enveloped it, and seemed to be absorbed by it.
Perhaps this is death?
Thought Marvin.
For I cannot move or speak.
But something else moved. There was a flutter among the bandages of the mummy. The commotion increased. Something was moving inside. The bandages were becoming loosened. They fell away from the face, and then was Marvin amazed indeed. Instead of the tight brown parchment-like skin one always finds in these ancient relics, appeared a smooth, olive-tinted complexion. It was the face of a young and beautiful woman. The features were serene as if in death, but there was no sunken nose or mummy's hollow eyes. A strand of black hair fell down, and the movement beneath the bandages increased. Out of the folds came an arm, a woman's arm, slender, yet rounded, an arm with light bones and fine sinews, clearly an arm and hand that had never known work. Marvin was well aware that a mummy's arm is invariably a black skeleton claw. At this point the old man made a mental note that he was not dead, for he could feel his own breathing. The arm rapidly and gracefully loosened and removed wrappings from the neck and breast. On the wrist flashed a bracelet made of linked scarabs. The arm now cast away the last covering of the bosom, neck, and shoulders. She freed her left hand, lifted out the bottom half of the case, and slid the wrappings from her limbs. Barefooted and bare-ankled, clothed only in a shimmering white gown that scarcely covered bare knees, and a white headdress with a green serpent head in front, she stepped somewhat stiffly into the room. Slowly she made several movements of limbs and body like the first steps of a dance. She rose on her toes, looked down at herself, and swayed her lithe hips. It occurred to Marvin that all this was by way of a graceful little stretch after a few thousand years of sleep. Marvin now observed that she was Pauline's height and age, as well as general size and form. Slightly shorter she might have been, but then she lacked Pauline's high heels. The general resemblance was striking, except in the color of the eyes and hair. Pauline's tresses were a light golden yellow, while this girl's hair was black as the hollow of the Sphinx. Pauline's eyes were blue, but she who stood before him gazed through eyes too dark to guess their color. The Egyptian had found a little mirror. She patted her hair, adjusted the headdress, but Marvin waited in vain for the powder puff. From the mirror the girl's eyes wandered to a painting hanging above the desk. It was an excellent likeness of Pauline. The resemblance between the two was obvious, not only to Marvin, but evidently to the black-haired girl. She turned to the old man and addressed him in a strange language. Not one word did he recognize, yet the syllables were so clearly and carefully pronounced that he felt he was listening to an educated woman. Some of the tones were like Pauline's, some were not, but all were soft, sweet, modulated. The meaning was clear enough. She wished Marvin to see the resemblance, and she frowned slightly because the rigid, staring figure did not respond. Why should she be impatient, this woman of the Pharaohs, who had lain stiff and unresponsive while Babylon and Greece and Rome and Spain had risen and fallen? Soon she resorted to pantomime, pointed to herself and the picture, touched her eyes and nose and mouth, and then the corresponding painted features. She felt her own jet hair, shook her head, and looked questioningly at the light coiffure of Pauline. She turned to the old man, evidently asking if the painting were true in this respect. Then she smiled a smile like Pauline's. Perhaps she was asking if Pauline had changed the color of her hair. Now she became interested in a book on the corner of the desk. With little musical exclamations of delight, she turned the printed pages and appreciated that the shelves contained hundreds more of these treasures. The typewritten letters lying about excited her admiration, and then the pen and ink. She quickly guessed the use of the pen and ran eagerly to the mummy case. A moment's search brought forth a long roll of papyrus. Before Marvin's eyes she unrolled a scroll covered with Egyptian hieroglyphics. There were footsteps in the hall, and the Egyptian looked toward the door. Owen entered, looked at Marvin searchingly, placed him in a more comfortable position in the chair, spoke his name, and walked out. What seemed most surprising to the sick man was his secretary's oversight of the girl. He passed in front of her, almost brushing her white robe, and yet it was clear that he did not see her. But the Egyptian had seen him, and the sight had excited her. She seemed desperately anxious to say something to Marvin, something about Pauline. The mummy had a secret to reveal. She tore the bracelet from her right wrist and tried to force it into Marvin's nerveless grasp. Try as she would, his muscles did not respond. There were voices in the hallway. Harry and Pauline were running downstairs. The princess gave one last imploring glance at the paralyzed figure, passed her hand gently over his forehead. Then she stepped quickly back to the case. Harry and Pauline rushed in, followed less hastily by Owen. They grasped the old man's hands, and Harry, seizing the telephone, called Dr. Stevens. But to the surprise of everybody, Marvin suddenly shook off the paralysis, spoke, moved, and seemed none the worse for his seizure. End of Chapter 1. The Breath of Dead Centuries. The Perils of Pauline, Chapter 2, by Charles Goddard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 2. The Will. Old Mr. Marvin's faculties returned with a snap. There was the library just as it had been before his peculiar seizure. His son Harry was summoning on the telephone Dr. Stevens, the heart specialist, and Pauline, his adopted daughter, was on her knees chafing his hands and anxiously watching his face, while Owen, the secretary, was pouring out a dose of his medicine. But the peculiar yellow light had gone. And what about the mummy? It stood just as he had left it. The lower half of the case was in place, the upper half was out, revealing the loosened bandages and just a glimpse of the forehead. One strand of jet-black hair hung down. All was just as it was when the little vial had fallen out.
"I'm all right. I'm all right,"
protested Mr. Marvin, somewhat testily, as he twisted about in his chair to get a good view of the mummy.
"Look out, Harry. Don't step on that little bottle."
Harry looked down and picked up the tiny vial which had fallen from the bandages wrapped about the ancient form.
"Smell of it,"
his father ordered. Harry sniffed it and remarked that it smelled musty, and passed it to Pauline. The girl carried it to her nostrils again and again. She looked perplexed.
"Well, what do you think it is?"
asked the old man.
"Why, I can't remember. But I ought to know. I'm sure I do know."
The devil you do,
muttered her foster father.
What makes you think you ought to know?
Why, it is so familiar. I'm certain I've smelled it often before. Haven't I?
Well, if you have, Polly, you're a lot older than I am. Older than anything in this country. As old as the pyramids. That bottle fell out of the mummy. And I can assure you it's been there some 3,000 or 4,000 years. When I smelled of that bottle, it had a queer effect on me. I felt as if I were going to have one of my fainting spells, and was glad to get back to the chair. It's funny about that mummy. I thought she came out and talked to me.
Why, Father, what a horrible thing,
sympathized Pauline.
Not horrible at all. She was a beauty, and a princess. She was interested in your picture, Polly, and she looked like you, too. Except, let's see. Yes, her hair was black. Jet black. Like that one lock you see hanging down.
Oh,
interrupted Pauline.
I wish my hair were black, and I often dream that it is, and that I'm walking around in a pretty white pleated dress and my feet are bare.
And a bracelet on your wrist? Your right wrist?
Questioned Marvin eagerly.
I don't remember.
Pauline replied thoughtfully.
Well, we'll see if you had one. And also whether I was dreaming or not,
announced the old man with a half-ashamed look as he rose somewhat unsteadily to his feet. Harry and Pauline tried to keep him quiet. He brushed their warnings aside and walked unsteadily to the mummy.
Let's see its face,
suggested Harry carelessly.
No,
said his father.
I have an idea that this old but young lady would not care to have us look at her. But there's one thing I must find out. I want to know if she wears a bracelet of linked scarabs on her right wrist or not.
All of this was rather a bore to Harry, who lived intensely in the present, had no interest in Egypt, except that Pauline was born and adopted as an orphan baby there, and asked nothing of the future except that it allow him to marry this obstinate but fascinating little creature at the earliest possible moment. The question had been brought up half an hour before, and he wanted it settled at once. Harry wished they would decide about the marriage instead of fussing around with an old mummy.
My son, I venture to say that you would have been interested in this young woman had you met her.
Possibly,
the youth admitted with a slight yawn.
Yes,
continued his father, busily searching for the mummy's right wrist.
She was probably what you would call a peach.
She may have been a peach in her day,
thought Harry.
But today she's a dried apricot.
The elder Marvin's searching fingers encountered a hard object. It proved to be a scarab, or sacred Egyptian beetle, carved in black stone.
Did you ever dream about that?
asked Harry, chafing.
Yes, I have,
replied Pauline. Both men looked at her to see if she were serious.
I dreamed that I was very sick and going to die, and an old man with a long thin beard came in. He gave me a stone beetle like that. Then, it seems to me they put it right on my chest, and they said, let's see, what did they do that for? I think it was to cure me of something the matter with my heart.
Polly,
said Mr. Marvin,
I never knew you had dreams like this. But are you sure they said it would cure your heart? Wasn't it for some other reason?
Pauline thought a moment, while Harry lit a cigarette and his father worked his fingers down toward the mummy's right wrist.
No,
said Pauline.
I remember now. It wasn't to cure it at all. It was to make it keep quiet.
Oh,
laughed Harry.
I never knew of anyone making it flutter much. I guess that was no dream.
Harry's father silenced him with an impatient gesture and turned to Pauline, who was watching the wind make cat's paws on the polished surface of the Hudson River.
Go on, girl, go on. This is remarkable. I've read of this custom in the Egyptian Book of the Dead. Why did they want to keep your heart quiet?
They said,
continued Pauline dreamily,
that after I died, my spirit was to be called before somebody, a god, I guess, who would judge whether I was good enough for heaven or not. That stone beetle was placed on my heart to make it keep silent, and not tell anything wicked I might have done in life. Aren't dreams crazy things? Say, Harry, there goes a hydroplane.
The two young people hung out the open window. The old man was absorbed too. He had at last worked his fingers along the entire length of the mummy's right wrist. It was dry and hard as any mummy he had ever seen, but it bore neither bracelet nor any ornament whatever.
Well,
he said reluctantly,
it was all a dream. Interesting, but not important. Like Polly's dream, it was just the echo of something I've read or seen.
Oh, psh, what are dreams anyway?
Muttered Harry with impatience.
Dreams,
said Pauline authoritatively.
Dreams are the bubbles which rise to the surface of the mind when it cools down in sleep.
Now,
observed Harry quietly,
when you and Father are through talking about mummies and dreams, I wish you'd consider something that I'm interested in. I'd like to know how soon you're going to marry me.
Where did you get that definition of dreams, Polly?
Asked the old man.
From my story,
said Pauline proudly. Both men at once remembered that she had gone to find the magazine and show them her first story. They eagerly demanded to see it. Pauline picked up the Cosmopolitan from the floor. She had dropped it in her agitation at finding her foster father had fainted. Sure enough, there it was. Fire on an Ocean Liner, by Pauline Marvin. It was not the biggest feature by any means, but it was quite a little story, and there were several large stirring illustrations. Both men begged her to read it to them, but she modestly declined. Mr. Marvin adjusted his spectacles and read it through from start to finish, frequently looking up to compliment the authoress on some point that pleased him. Harry looked over his father's shoulder, and there could be no doubt they were both held and even thrilled by the story. Mr. Marvin clapped his hands and stated in a loud voice that he was proud of her. Harry expressed his appreciation by a bear-like hug and a kiss, all of which she accepted with blushes and protests.
And did they actually pay you something for this?
Asked the old gentleman.
Oh, yes,
Pauline assured him.
They sent me a check at once. It paid for that frock you told me was too extravagant.
$100?
Ventured Harry from the depths of his ignorance of things feminine. Both Pauline and his father cast pitying glances at him.
Look here, young man,
said the elder Marvin.
Whoever led you to believe that you could buy dresses for a girl like Polly at $100? If you contemplate matrimony on any such deluded basis as that, you had better back out now, before it's too late. Isn't that so, Polly?
Why, Father,
protested the youth,
what do I care what her dresses cost? Polly knows everything I have or ever make is hers, and I can't think of a more satisfactory way of spending it than on her.
That's fine, Harry,
laughed the father.
You have just the ideal frame of mind and the proper sentiments for a modern husband. You will find, too, that women are very reasonable. If a man gives his wife all he makes, plus the vote, and lets her do just as she pleases, she'll usually let him live in the same house with her, and even get up early enough to see him at breakfast once in a while.
I agree to everything,
declared Harry, with the reckless abandon of youth in love.
But I want to know how soon Polly is going to marry me.
Pauline, who had said nothing in answer to the preliminary skirmishes, now recognized the main attack, and opened up in reply.
I told you I would marry Harry sometime, but not for a year or two. You admitted that a writer ought to see life in order to write well, So there you are. I must have a year or two of adventure. There are 1,000 things I want to do and see before I settle down as Mrs. Harry Marvin. Suppose we say 2 years."
Harry staggered back as if from a blow. 2 years? How preposterous! He couldn't live that long without Pauline. In vain he hurled his protests and objections. She stood, sweet, unruffled, sympathetic, but as firm as the Rocky Mountains. The old man listened to the debate for some time without comment. Then he pressed a button on his desk. In answer came Raymond Owen, the secretary. He had shown the good taste to retire from the library as soon as the conversation became personal. From the vantage point of a room across the hall, he had been quietly listening, and decided it a rather unfruitful piece of eavesdropping. He appeared the faithful, deferent employee in every line as he entered.
"Come here, Raymond,"
directed the old man, as sharply as a commanding officer.
"And you, Harry, and you, Pauline."
They obeyed, and quickly lined up before his chair with rather surprised faces, for Mr. Marvin only called them Pauline and Harry when he was very serious.
"Raymond, this is the situation. My son loves Pauline and wants to marry her at once. I have no objection. In fact, I would like to see them united at once. But Pauline demurs. She loves Harry, but feels she ought to have 2 years to see life before settling down. 2 years is too much."
I should say so,
growled Harry.
"But as my old grandfather, who's been gone these 40 years now, used to say, when a woman wills, she will, and when she won't, she won't. And there's an end on't. I don't blame her for wanting to have her own way. It's the only plan I've found to get along in this world. But you can't have all your own way. You have to compromise. So Polly is going to have 1 year. That's enough. During that year, Raymond, I'm going to put her in your care. You're older and more prudent than either Polly or Harry, and we'll see that she comes to no harm. Take her anywhere she wants to go, around the world if she likes, to do anything within reason. Do you agree?"
Mr. Marvin looked at Owen, who accepted the duty as calmly as if it were an order to post a letter. Polly also consented after a moment's hesitation. Harry alone protested and argued. It was a hopeless case, and he yielded to overwhelming odds. This matter settled, Mr. Marvin's mind returned to the mummy and his curious delusion that it had come to life. While Owen perused Pauline's story, and that wilful young woman herself tried to cheer up her disconsolate lover, the old man returned to the mummy. He had searched for the bracelet on the right wrist, but, after all, perhaps the Egyptian might have slipped it onto her left wrist in her hurry to get back.
"There it is!"
he shouted suddenly.
"There it is, the bracelet! She wore it on her wrist, and he told her to give it to Polly."
Mr. Marvin held in his hand a bracelet of scarabs linked together. It looked to him to the very one the reincarnated mummy had worn. Harry and Pauline in wonder came to him, and it was well they did. The excitement and exertion had again overstrained his failing energies. He tottered, and they were just in time to save him from a fall. It was another of his fainting spells, and they lowered him gently into his chair. But the old man was not unconscious yet. Feebly he repeated to Pauline,
"Wear this bracelet. Wear it always. Promise."
Pauline promised, and slipped it on her wrist without more than glancing at it. The old man's eyes closed, and it was clear that this faint was more serious than his others. Harry, about to telephone for Dr. Stevens again, was greatly relieved to see the physician stride into the room. There was hardly need of the stethoscope to tell him the end was near. Even before the old man was undressed and in bed, Dr. Stevens had prepared and administered a hypodermic. The patient's eyelids fluttered, and Dr. Stevens listened to the faintly moving lips.
The wheel!
called the doctor.
What about the wheel?
He glanced at everyone, but nobody knew. A shadow of anxiety passed over the features of the dying millionaire. Dr. Stevens could see that something of serious importance was on the old man's mind, something of importance about his vast property. Once more he listened, and then hastily drawing out his prescription pad and fountain pen, he wrote a few sentences at the dying man's dictation, while the patient rallied and opened his eyes. The physician held the blank before his patient, who read it through and nodded. Dr. Stevens then placed the pen in the trembling fingers and guided his signature. A moment more, and the physician had signed it as a witness, and the butler had done the same. The old manufacturer died as he had lived. The will, written on Dr. Stevens' prescription pad, was given to Owen. He went to his room and examined it. It read, Bodley Stevens, M.D., R.X. I bequeath half my estate to my son Harry, the remainder to my adopted daughter Pauline, to be held in trust until her marriage by my secretary, Raymond Owen. Then followed the signature of the deceased and that of the two witnesses. In vain Owen looked for the handsome bequest to the faithful secretary. This was a bitter disappointment, and he considered for a moment the advisability of destroying the will. This would make valid one of the earlier wills in which he knew he had not been forgotten. The folly of such a course became evident after a few moments' thought. Dr. Stevens, the butler, and several others knew the contents of the document. It was so simple that its meaning could hardly be confused or forgotten, and everyone knew it was in his keeping. It occurred to Owen that quite likely such a hasty deathbed will, written by a doctor unskilled in law, might not be accepted by the courts. Early the next morning, Owen suspended his work of answering telegrams of condolence long enough to make a hurried trip to Lower Manhattan, where the late Stanford Marvin's lawyers had offices. In vain the great lawyer cudgelled his brains for some flaw. The will ought to be wrong, but it wasn't. The meaning was so clear that even a court couldn't misunderstand it, and the fortune was left to his natural beneficiaries. The lawyer heaved a sigh and said plaintively,
Too bad, too bad. Why didn't they call me?
Then this will is not valid?
asked Owen.
Oh, no, it will hold. But what a pity that such a great man's last will and testament should be such an... Well, this instrument is not worthy of conveying such a great estate.
He contemptuously slipped the simple document into an envelope and placed it in his safe. Owen picked up his hat, but hesitated at the door. A question was forming in his mind, and with it a hope.
Mr. Wilmerding,
he asked finally,
in case Miss Marvin does not marry, who would have charge of the estate?
I should say,
replied the lawyer,
in reply to your question, that the estate would be held in trust by you.
Returning to the house and entering the library, Owen was confronted by the unwelcome spectacle of Montgomery Hicks, generally known as Mugg. Hicks, with his gaudy attire and ugly face, was always an affront to the eye, but to Owen he was a terror, for he held the power of blackmail over the secretary. Owen shrank at the sight of his enemy, but immediately took courage. Though Marvin's death had left the secretary no legacy, it had also robbed the blackmailer of his power. Hicks advanced with what he intended to be a winning smile and extended a hot, fat hand.
I see the old man has croaked, and I was just dropping in to talk business.
Hicks' newsboy voice growled out.
Hicks,
said Owen, keeping his hand in his pocket.
If you came here to get your money out of the legacy old man Marvin was to leave me, well, you won't get it, and you never will get it. Marvin didn't leave me a cent, so there is nothing for you to get. He did leave me a job in his will, a job that will last for a year, and neither you nor anyone else can force me out of that job. You can't blackmail me anymore.
At the end of the year, what becomes of you?
Asked Hicks.
Then I get a position somewhere else, but that's none of your business.
You don't want a position, Owen. A position calls for work. You don't like hard work any more than I do. You can't stand work much longer either. Look at your eyes and your skin. How many grains do you take a day anyway?
I haven't touched a grain of morphine in 6 months.
Lied Owen.
Get out of my way. You can't get anything out of me, and you can't blackmail me. If you come to this house again, I'll have you thrown out.
Just a minute,
said Hicks as pleasantly as he could, straining his coarse features into an unaccustomed position of a smile.
I didn't come to get money out of you. I know all about the will. What I came for was to help you and give you a tip. You and I can make a lot of easy money together. You've got the opportunity, and I've got the brains. Now, to show you I'm your friend, look at this.
Hicks handed him a paper which Owen read with surprise. It was a receipt in full for all Owen owed. Owen put it in his pocket.
That's right. Keep it. You and I are going to be so rich before long that a matter of 1,000 or 2 wouldn't be worth talking about between friends.
Owen had been under the thumb of this man, had feared and hated him, and hoped for the day when he might sneer in his face and defy him. This was the time, and yet he felt Hicks had something to offer. He was in temporary charge of millions. There must be, some way to make this control permanent, or else delve into these millions while they were in his care. As Hicks hinted, this was an opportunity, and he needed not brains, but rather experience and advice. Owen had been a rascal on a short time. Why not take a partner like this man Hicks? He would prevent mistakes, and mistakes are all a criminal need fear. Owen fingered uneasily the paper Hicks had put in his hand. He drew it out of his pocket. Yes, it was a receipt in full for all that Owen owed the scoundrel. What could be Hicks's scheme? Owen turned a puzzled and worried gaze upon his companion. Hicks observed him closely, read the misgivings in Owen's mind, and, drawing close, whispered something in the latter's ear. But Owen's drug-saturated nerves trembled at the thought. He pushed Hicks aside and walked rapidly out of the room, calling over his shoulder,
I won't have anything to do with you. I don't want you to come near me or speak to me again. I'm done with you.
When you want me, you know where to find me,
was Hicks' parting answer. End of Chapter 2. The Will. The Perils of Pauline, Chapter 3, by Charles Goddard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 3. Pauline Takes the First Trick.
All right, I'll do it,
growled Harry Marvin, with the air of a martyr going to the stake.
I'll do it for your sake, Polly.
Well, you'd better begin to get ready,
said Pauline blithely.
I'll climb into a frock coat and endure an hour or 2 of this afternoon tea chatter,
promised Harry.
But first you must talk sense with me for a few minutes.
Oh, Harry,
spoke Pauline softly.
I know what talking sense means. You want to argue about my year of adventure. Now, let's not argue. Let's just be happy. You know I love you, and I know you love me. That ought to be enough. This year will be gone before you know it. I'm going to begin it right away just to please you. The sooner it starts, the sooner it will be over.
Begin it?
said Harry.
Why, a month of it is gone now. But it's all nonsense. Polly, if you love me, you are going to give up this crazy idea.
A maid, bringing the card of Miss Lucille Hamlin, interrupted Harry. She was the first of the afternoon tea party. Polly hurried Harry off to dress, and of course he had no further chance to talk sense until the door had closed on the last guest. Then he pounced upon her. But Pauline, sweetly stubborn, cheerfully unyielding, insisted on carrying out her father's promise to the letter. Raymond Owen, the secretary of the late Mr. Marvin, had thought it important to overhear this argument, and finally to walk into the library where the debate was going on. If the adventures were to start, he had an idea for a beginning. The words of Hicks, the blackmailer, had been in his mind for some 30 days and were beginning to bear fruit. He had soon reached the point of hoping, almost praying, something would happen to Pauline that he might be left in control of her estate. During the last few days Owen had progressed from merely hoping to readiness to help his wish to come true. Harry instantly appealed to the secretary to dissuade Pauline. There was no doubt that Owen had some influence over the girl. In the years gone by, before Owen had taken to the drug, Pauline had sought him out in many a time of perplexity and learned to rely on his tactful, well-considered advice. To the surprise of the young master of the house, Owen made no attempt to dissuade. Very unobtrusively he pointed out that for many years he had been accustomed to carry out the wishes of Harry's father, and that he was bound to fulfill his last wish in the same way.
Oh, Raymond, you're a dear,
laughed Pauline.
Let's think of something thrilling to do right off. Have you any idea?
No, I
lied Owen.
hadn't given the matter any thought. We might look at a newspaper and see what's happening.
Owen had a paper with him, and the three examined it together. Owen pretended to discover that an aviation meet was about to be held. His idea, for which Harry promptly hated him, was to induce some aviator to take Pauline as a passenger. Many of the races called for carrying a passenger. Harry made a few objections, but the speed with which they were overruled showed that he had no standing in this court. So Harry subsided, but he thought very hard. Several things were becoming evident to Harry. One was that this year to see life and have adventures was actually going to take place, and no opposition on his part would stop it. It was also clear that if he hoped to control Pauline's adventures in any way, it would be by the use of his wits, matching them against Pauline and the secretary. When Pauline and Owen decided upon the aeroplane ride, Harry contented himself with remarking that he would have to see about it. Both chuckled when he said it, Pauline outwardly and Owen inwardly. Then they had dinner under the round glassy eye of Aunt Cornelia. Aunt Cornelia was an elderly maiden relative of Harry, who had arrived with others for the funeral, and made the brilliant discovery that since Mr. Marvin's death, the social situation, as she termed it, at the Marvin house had become impossible. It seemed, according to Aunt Cornelia, that a young man and a young woman of impressionable age living in the same house unchaperoned constituted an impossible social situation. Either Pauline or Harry must move out, or someone must be installed as chaperone. Of course, the chaperone was the least of the three evils, and Aunt Cornelia, being the discoverer of the job, was elected to fill it. Harry ordered a bottle of wine with his dinner. Though he actually drank very little, this unusual event created no little consternation.
Harry, I didn't know you drank,
said Pauline.
I'm just beginning. You see, now that I must take over father's affairs and mix with men of the world, I ought to get a little experience in things. See life and know what's what.
After dinner, Harry casually asked if Pauline thought her adventures would lead her to Paris. Pauline thought it likely, whereat Harry remarked that he might see her over there.
I haven't been to Paris since I was a kid, and I really ought to see it, don't you think?
Yes,
agreed Pauline without enthusiasm.
But wait until we are married and we'll do Paris together.
No, Polly, that won't do. I'm sorry, but as you say, you can't see life after you're married and settled down, so I'll have to do Paris alone.
Harry, are you sure you love me?
Pauline whispered.
Polly, I know it, and everybody else knows it except you. Get Owen, he's a notary public, and I'll take an oath before him that you have been the only girl in all the world, are now and ever will be, world without end. Amen.
And I love you, Harry,
said Pauline, lowering her eyes until he saw only the silky lashes.
Why, Polly, that's the first time you've ever volunteered that information.
Yes, Harry, I love you too much to let you go to Paris.
Paris can't hurt me unless I let it hurt me.
Harry, you won't be quite the same sort of boy when you come back from Paris. Will you promise not to go until we are married?
Will you promise not to go on this trip of adventure?
Why should I?
Demanded Pauline.
Because you won't ever be quite the same sort of girl when you come back.
After breakfast the next morning, when the big touring car rolled up to the front door to get Pauline and Owen, Harry was hurt that he had not been consulted. Pauline's belated invitation to go with them to the aviation field in the automobile was declined. Away went the big car to the fine stretch of roads, where it made short work of the distance to the aviation grounds. Owen made a complete canvass of the hangars and soon accounted for every machine entered in the race for the next day. From all but one of the aviators he obtained a flat refusal. Not for money or any other consideration would they take a strange woman as a passenger. The only exception was a Frenchman, whose hesitation in declining led Owen to further argument. At the last moment Pauline, impatient at the suspense, entered the Frenchman's hangar and added her blandishments to Owen's financial inducements. The gallant foreigner succumbed, and a bargain was struck. He exhibited his tame bird of steel and wood and cloth with the utter pride of a mother showing off her only child. The aviator's fingers touched one of the wires, and the easy smile left his face. He turned to his mechanics, and sharp words followed. A moment later, one of his assistants was at work tightening the wire. Owen's eyes scarcely left the wire, and when the opportunity arose, he questioned the mechanic as to what would happen if that particular steel strand should fail during flight. The foreigner explained frankly that the aeroplane would capsize and plunge to the earth, but he assured Owen that no such thing would happen, as he had just tightened the wire in question and would make another inspection after the practice flight that afternoon. All the way home, Owen's thoughts were of that wire and what it would mean to him. In the meanwhile, Harry, after watching the car depart toward Hempstead, concluded to follow. He went to the picturesque private garage behind the Marvin mansion and soon was following in the tracks of the bigger car. Arrived on the field, he recognized Pauline's car and awaited patiently until he saw it drive away. Then he interviewed the aviator and learned of the proposed trip on the morrow. Harry's French was nothing to boast of, nor was the Frenchman's English, but they managed to have a long and in the end a heated argument. The birdman said he had given his word to a beautiful lady, and that settled it. Besides, there was no danger in his wonderful machine. Had he not flown upside down and done all the things the great Peugeot himself had done?
As you Americans say, let's see, what is your idiom?
One of his mechanics prompted him.
Oh, yes,
he said with a smile.
I believe the proper expression is, I should worry.
Harry threw up his hands and went home. As he buzzed his horn outside the garage, the door was opened by the Marvin chauffeur with a telegram in his hand. The chauffeur's wife was sick, and he wanted a couple of days' leave of absence. Harry granted it instantly. That evening he made no mention of either the chauffeur's absence or his trip to the field. Pauline thought she was teasing Harry by saying nothing of her plans. She was sure he was eaten up with curiosity to know the result of her visit, and admired his ability, as she thought, to conceal it. Owen spent a nervous evening. He walked out soon after dinner, and from a drugstore telephone booth called up a friend in the insurance business. To the secretary's surprise and disappointment, he learned that the percentage of accidents to aviators had become comparatively small. Passengers were particularly fortunate. The friend even agreed to obtain accident insurance for anyone at a reasonable premium. If aeroplanes had become reasonably safe, the chance of Pauline's being killed during the flight on the following day was insignificant. He must give up all hope of wealth from the permanent control of her estate. As the evening wore on, Owen began to feel how he had unconsciously relied on this hope. He doubled his evening dose of morphine, but it neither soothed his disappointment nor brought him sleep. Hour after hour during the night, his sleepless eyes seemed to see that loose wire which the mechanic had explained to be so vitally important. He could see in imagination the machine flying off into the clouds with Pauline in it. He could see it suddenly waver, dip, and plunge to the earth. In his mind's eye, he saw himself rushing to the wreck, lifting out the girl's crushed form, wildly calling for a doctor, and exulting all the time that she was beyond human aid. About 2:00, Owen fell into a doze, and in that doze came one of his vivid opium dreams. He beheld Hicks enter his bedroom. It was not Hicks, the blackmailer, but Hicks, the counselor, who had told Owen how he might become rich. Hicks was speaking to him in a sort of noiseless voice, very different from his usual tones. He spoke in a sort of shells or husks of words. The consonants were there, but the vowels were lacking. Yet he heard as plainly as if the red-faced man had shouted. Hicks advised him to be a man, to show courage for once, to risk something, and then reap the reward forever after.
Take your motorcycle, ride to the aviation field before daylight, file that wire half through, and fate will take care of the rest.
But Owen lacked the nerve. He feared that he would be seen sneaking onto the field at night or at daybreak. Hicks replied that the field was deserted at this hour. Owen then insisted that the aeroplane would be guarded, and even if it were not locked in its hangar, the first rasp of a file on the wire would call the attention of someone on guard. No, it was too much. Owen could not do it. Instead, he made a counter-suggestion that Hicks should undertake the task, since he was so certain of its success. For his part, the secretary agreed to divide all that the estate might be made to yield him. Owen, like everybody else, had seen many strange things in dreams, but never had he known of any character in a dream admitting or even suggesting that he was a dream. Yet this was just what Hicks did.
I would, Owen. I would do it in a minute if I were talking to you, but this isn't me at all. I'm only a dream. In reality, I'm sound asleep in a hotel on Upper Broadway, where I am dreaming that I am talking to you. Tomorrow morning I'll remember enough of this dream to make me go down to the aviation field with a sort of premonition that Pauline is going to be killed in an aeroplane.
How did you know about that wire and that she is going to fly tomorrow?
Asked Owen.
I don't know that,
said the phantom Hicks frankly in his empty voice.
There is a third party in this, and I don't know who he is, or much about him, except that he is not a living being. He seems to be somebody from the past, a priest of some old religion I ought to have studied about when I was at school. I don't know what his motive is, but he is with us. He wants her killed for some reason. He brought this dream of me to you so I could explain. You needn't worry about the man on guard over the aeroplanes. That man won't wake up, no matter how much noise you make.
How do you know?
Owen asked.
He knows,
replied Hicks,
because he has transferred the effects of your morphine from your astral body to his. That's how he knows. You ought to know, too, because you have taken almost enough of the drug to kill you tonight, and yet this is the first time you have even closed your eyes. You'd better let him help us and file that wire as he advises. I'm going now. You will wake up in a moment. This priest man told me after I had given you the message to drop this out of my hand, and the dream would end. So here goes. Goodbye.
Owen saw Hicks hold his hand over a table and drop a small black shiny object upon it. As it dropped, Hicks vanished, and Owen awoke. He heard a sharp snap and saw something black and shiny on the table. For a moment, the secretary sat quietly in his chair, staring at the table and making sure that he was no longer dreaming. Then he examined the black object. It was the scarab which old Mr. Marvin had removed from the folds of the mummy, an image of the beetle which Egypt held sacred, carved in black stone. Owen had not noticed the scarab before his short nap, and he could not account for its presence in his room anyway. A little later he donned his motorcycling suit, tiptoed downstairs noiselessly, went out by the back door, and was soon trundling his big 2-cylinder motorcycle from the garage. He was careful to push it out of the Marvin premises onto the highway before lighting his lamp and starting. Arriving at the field just at dawn, Owen found it as deserted as the spectral Hicks had promised. From the toolkit of his motorcycle he took 2 files of different shapes and a pair of pliers, and walked briskly and fearlessly over the uneven ground to the hangars. All were closed except one, and that one contained the French machine in which Pauline was to ascend. The secretary knew that this hangar would be open. He knew in advance that he would find a mechanic on guard and sound asleep. Whether real or unreal, awake or asleep, the business of the moment was the filing of that wire. Owen recognized it readily, and found it not to be a single wire, as he supposed, but a slender cable composed of many strands. These strands resisted his file, and even the clipper attached to his pliers. After what seemed an hour's work, he had weakened or broken enough of the metal threads so that the cable stretched perceptibly at that point. To do more might cause the cable to break at once and betray what had been done. Owen hurriedly returned to his machine, had dashed back through the beautiful morning air to the Marvin home. Servants were stirring in their rooms, and the gardener was engaged in shaking some sort of powder from a can onto a bare spot on the front lawn. He glanced up at Owen without surprise, for these early rides were known to be an old habit of the secretary. Owen took the machine to the garage, satisfied that there was nothing guilty in his appearance, or the gardener would have noted it. Stepping out of the garage, he met Harry, and could not help starting perceptibly. Harry looked him in the eye, and there was nothing for Owen to do but stare steadily back.
"You're up very early, Owen,"
said Harry, looking at the dust on the motor.
Yes, I've been for a long ride. I think the morning air does me good.
"You don't look well, Owen. Why don't you go to bed today? I'll take Polly to the meet."
No thanks, I wouldn't miss seeing Miss Pauline fly,
said Owen firmly. End of Chapter 3. Pauline takes the first trick. The Perils of Pauline, Chapter 4, by Charles Goddard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 4. Owen wins the first game. Harry Marvin entered the little private garage back of the Marvin mansion, locked the door, and drew the shades of the small windows. There were only 2 automobiles in the garage. One was the big 6-cylinder touring car in which Pauline and Owen had made their trip the day before to the aviation field. The other was the 2-seated runabout that Harry had driven over the same ground just behind them. Having made sure that nobody was about, Harry lifted the hood of the touring car and without the slightest provocation attacked it with a wrench. He removed the carburetor, took it to pieces, lifted out the hollow metal float, and deliberately made 2 punctures in it. Then he tossed the dismembered parts upon a workbench and was about to operate on the runabout when he heard voices outside. He was barely in time to unlock the door and be found busily working on the car when Pauline entered. She had just learned of the chauffeur's absence. Harry volunteered the additional bad news that the big car was out of order. Like every disappointed woman, she insisted on knowing exactly what was wrong. Harry told her, with many long, technical details, and not knowing at all what he was talking about, she had to be satisfied. Could he fix it in time to get her to the aviation field before the race? Well, that depended partly on whether she would go away and not bother him until breakfast. Pauline could, and she certainly would, refrain from bothering him. Never before had Harry found her a bother, nor, for that matter, had any other man in her recollection. Out she went, and with more color than usual in her pink cheeks, and the light of battle in her eyes.
By George, I've got to play my cards carefully,
thought Harry, as he contemplated the runabout. It was evident that he had designs on the health of the 2-seater also, but he felt the necessity of subtlety in this case. He could not assassinate it boldly by tearing out a vital organ, as he had done to the bigger car. This runabout must die a slow, lingering death. How was he to do it? His first idea was to weaken the tires and invite blowouts on the road. But this could not be done with certainty, and some kind friend might supply him with new tires. A more promising idea was to drain the engine of its oil, knowing that sooner or later the pistons would run dry and stick. Such a proceeding would ruin the engine, and Harry was too good a mechanic to spoil a first-rate engine, especially one built by his father. He would as soon think of hamstringing a faithful horse. A better plan soon came to him and put him into action. It soon had him flat on his back under the car, boring a hole in the bottom of the gasoline tank. When the life-blood of the car began to trickle out in a stream, he stopped the hole with a small wooden peg. The young man now frowned at the only remaining vehicle which had not received his attention, Owens' motorcycle. Harry went to the hose used for washing down the cars and collected a little water in the palm of his hand. With the other hand he removed the cap from the motorcycle's tank and allowed 2 or 3 drops of water to mingle with the gasoline. This done, Harry let down his sleeves, washed his hands, and sauntered into breakfast with the unwelcome announcement that the big car was, for the day at least, beyond human aid. There was a flicker of suspicion in Owen's sallow face at the news. He wondered if Harry had disabled the touring car, that he might ride alone with Pauline.
I'm afraid that you'll have to ride in the runabout with me, Polly,
said Harry quietly.
It's rather hard on Raymond, but I guess he'll have to go by motorcycle or by train.
Oh, I think you wrecked it on purpose,
said Pauline, without the slightest suspicion that she was stating the truth. Owen, worried by vague misgivings about Harry, looked into the tank of the runabout to make sure that it was full, and then scurried away on his 2-wheeled mount. He considered waiting until the runabout was ready to start, and keeping the machine in sight, but it seemed wiser to be on the field where he could make sure the Frenchman would not forget his bargain, nor start before Pauline arrived. Pauline was ready with such record-breaking suddenness that it gave her the novel experience of waiting for Harry. She had not forgotten that her lover had asked her not to bother him while he worked on the car. After that slight to her pride, the young lady would rather die than go near the garage while he was in it. During the next 5 minutes, unpleasant doubts entered her mind. What could this indifference and neglect mean? She had looked upon Harry, ever since his return from college, as a personal possession. Of course, technically, he wasn't hers until she married him. But if he were not her property, at least she had an option on the handsome youth until such time as she saw fit to either take his name or relinquish him to someone else. In that case, she wondered to whom she would like to turn him over. There was her schoolmate and chum, Miss Hamlin. How lucky any man would be to get her, and Harry, how would he feel about it? Then, like a cold draught in her brain, came the recollection that Lucille and Harry had corresponded all the 4 years he was at college. Could it be that she, Pauline, had been too willful and headstrong with Harry? If so, was it possible that the keen edge of his adoration was wearing dull? Pauline had just succeeded in stamping these unpleasant questions deep down into the subconscious parts of her mind when the young man whisked up in the runabout. Pauline's wrath melted rapidly. Harry drove, as he did everything out in the open air, magnificently. His judgment of distances and openings was precise, and his skill in weaving his way through heavy traffic was startling. A good-looking young man is seldom seen to better advantage, especially by a girl, than when driving a powerful car. Pauline loved to drive with Harry. Besides his spectacular tricks, he had a guileless manner of getting the better of arguments with crossing policemen. Harry was not driving as fast as usual. This fact was impressed on her by shouts and waves of hands from a car which passed them from behind.
"That's Lucille!"
cried Pauline, waving.
Yes, and confound it, that's Billy Madison taking her to the races.
"Well, why shouldn't he?"
asked Pauline.
"Isn't it all right?"
Yes, but it seems to me he's paying a great deal of attention to Lucille and... Say, Polly, you don't suppose she'd be silly enough to care for him, do you?"
That sensation of a cold wave in the back of her brain came again.
"I'm sure I don't know,"
she replied a little coldly.
"Why, does it matter very much to you?"
Harry hesitated, even stammered a little in denying that it did. He stammered, as Pauline well understood, because he was not telling her his true thoughts. It did matter, and she knew it. In reality, it mattered because Harry knew too much about young Madison to want him to win the affection of any friend of his, but Harry did not wish to explain.
"So Harry does care for Lucille, and always has cared,"
thought Pauline. The sense of possession of the youth beside her faded, and he seemed far away. If a man fears he is losing his grip on a girl, he redoubles his attentions and racks his brains to be more interesting and attractive to her. A girl in the same situation reverses the tactics. Just as Harry felt the absolute zero which scientists talk about settling upon him, he remembered a very important duty.
Seems to me we don't drift the way we ought to,
said Harry, pressing on his clutch pedal and trying to look concerned.
"I think we have been a long time getting to the aviation field,"
was Pauline's chilly answer. Harry stopped the car, went back and pulled out the little wooden plug in the gasoline tank. Then away they went, leaving a little wet line in the dust of the road. Pauline stared straight ahead. Harry's attempts at conversation fell on the stony ground of silence, or at best brought forth only the briefest and most colorless answers. Soon Harry's practiced ear caught the preliminary warning of waning gasoline, and a moment later Halfway up a gentle hill, with a sob from all its 6 cylinders, the car gave up the ghost. A few miles ahead, Owen also was in difficulties. He had been sailing along merrily until he stopped at a little roadhouse for a drink. The machine had been all right when he got off, and he knew nobody had touched it. Yet now it acted as if possessed by the evil one. With great difficulty he was able to start it, and once started it coughed, bucked, and showed all the symptoms of bronchitis and pneumonia. By dint of strenuous pedaling, Owen helped the asthmatic motor to the top of the next hill. It ran as smoothly as a watch all the way down the other side, and then imitated a bunch of cannon crackers on the following rise. Owen was a good motorcycle rider, but a very poor mechanic. His machine had been adjusted, cleaned, and kept in repair by the Marvin chauffeur, and the secretary had seldom cause to investigate it on the road. He had always used the carefully filtered gasoline from the garage, so that he neither understood the present alarming symptoms nor knew their cure. His motor was protesting at a drop of water which had entered the needle valve of his carburetor and, being heavier than gasoline, had lodged there and stopped its flow. It would have been an easy matter to drain the carburetor, but instead Owen, with nervous fingers, adjusted everything he could get his hands on, and after 2 hours' work trundled it into a farmhouse and hired the farmer to drive him the short remaining distance to the aviation field. Several machines were in the air, but not the Frenchman's, when the farmer drove up. The roads and the edges of the field were alive with cars and spectators as the secretary hastened to the hangars. The French aviator welcomed Owen and inquired for the mademoiselle. This confirmed Owen's fears that something had happened to her on the way. It had troubled him a little that the runabout had not passed him on the road, but Harry might have made a detour to avoid some section of bad road. Owen lost another hour in watching and worrying before he made up his mind to go to the rescue. There were plenty of idle cars, but it was not easy to hire one, as they were mostly guarded by chauffeurs with no right to rent or lend them. At last a man was found who was willing to pick up $10 and take a chance that his master would not know about it. The rescue car found them just where they had stopped, halfway up the hill. Pauline had run the scale of feminine annoyance from silence to sarcasm to tears. The tears produced almost the same effect on Harry's determination to keep Pauline from flying that the drops of water had in Owen's carburetor. The spectacle of the girl he loved weeping had almost broken up his resolve when Owen dashed by, shouted, turned around, and drew up alongside. Harry asked for help, and the chauffeur, who had never had the pleasure of tinkering with a Marvin 6, was inclined to dismount and aid at least in diagnosing the car's ailment. While he was thinking about it and surveying the parts which Harry had taken out and strewn about the running board in his pretended trouble hunt, Pauline had dashed away her tears and transferred her pretty self to the new car. Pauline and Owen both knew there was barely time to reach the field before the Frenchman's ascent, so with scanty farewells, Harry was left to reassemble his car. When he had set up the last nut, he replaced the little plug in the tank, produced a can of gasoline from the locker behind the seats, emptied it into his tank, and drove at reckless speed for the aviation grounds. He was just in time to see a tiny speck on the edge of the horizon. This, he learned, was the Frenchman's machine. He was told that it carried a passenger. The speck grew rapidly in size, developed the insect shape of a biplane, and soon seemed to be over the other end of the aviation field. The young man's joy at seeing the aeroplane returning in safety was dampened by a little feeling of shame that by such devious means he had almost spoiled Pauline's pleasure.
I act like an old woman worrying Polly this way,
he decided.
No wonder she's cross with me lately. She must think I would be a tyrant of—
Harry's last words were choked by a spasm of the throat. There were shouts and gestures from the spectators. A light gust of wind had struck the aeroplane on the right wing. It wavered an instant, like a dragonfly about to alight, and then, instead of responding to the aviator's levers, turned on its left side and plunged to the ground. A cloud of dust arose, half hiding the wreck, and then the crash of impact came to his ears. There was a second of silence, broken by a groan. Harry heard the groan and didn't even know it came from his own throat. He was in motion now, forcing people to the right and left and running down the field. It seemed miles to the other end, and he was gratefully conscious that others nearer were hurrying to the rescue, if rescue it might be called. The aeroplane had dropped like a stone from a height that forbade hope of escape. Would she be conscious? And would he be in time to give and receive a last message of love before her splendid young life was quenched in the black blot of death? Besides grief, there was fury in the runner's heart, wrath against Owen for encouraging this foolish and dangerous caprice, against the unfortunate driver who had failed to preserve his precious freight, and against nature, who condemns every living thing by one means or another to that same final failure and wreck, death. Gasping for breath from his exertions, he was at last within 100 feet of the ruin, and saw people lifting up the engine and removing a limp figure. Just then, 2 people stepped in his way. He did not turn out, but rushed straight at them, rather glad to have something to burl aside in his blind anger. Nor did he notice that one was a woman. Harry's plunge carried him between them and knocked both down, just as he had often bowled over the interference in his football games. On his lurch, wondering vaguely at hearing his name called, he heard it again, and it sounded like Pauline's voice. He turned, and it was Pauline. After all, Pauline had arrived too late, had missed that fatal adventure. Owen watched Harry lift Pauline up and wrapped her in his arms with a squeeze that hurt. But it was a hurt she loved, and though she sobbed as if her heart would break, they were sobs of relief and happiness. Owen watched a moment and then slunk away. His schemes had been for nothing. Pauline was alive and happy in her lover's arms, and the secretary was no nearer his goal of permanent control of her estate than before. He walked to the entrance of the tent and tried to learn from the nurses and doctors who were hurrying in and out whether the French aviator would live or die. Nobody would stop to give him a satisfactory answer. There was a flap in the back of the tent, and through this Owen cautiously peered. He saw a nurse with something that looked like wet, absorbent cotton dabbing at a round black object. Presently he saw that the round object was the head of a man blackened by fire. Just then the nurse looked up, saw Owen's guilty face, and gave a little exclamation of dismay. At the same instant, Owen felt a hand grasp his elbow. Withdrawing his head from the tent, he turned quickly and was confronted by the red face of Hicks, the blackmailer, counselor, and dream messenger. The secretary backed away from Hicks with a face of terror.
"Don't be scared,"
said Hicks in a hoarse whisper.
"I feel as if I were in this thing as deep as you are."
In what thing?
Asked Owen.
"Don't bluff, old man,"
said Hicks.
"Didn't you dream about me last night?"
Well, what do my dreams have to do with you?
"Stop bluffing,"
replied Hicks.
"Didn't you see me in a dream last night? And didn't I leave a black shining stone on the table when I left?"
Owen did not deny these questions, and the red-visaged man went on.
"I see you took my advice, that is, his advice, whoever he is, and you fixed the wire."
Look here, Hicks, in heaven's name, tell me what this means. I did dream about you. You told me to do the thing. And it's your fault. You admit you are in it. Now, what is it?
Owen, said Hicks,
you and I are a couple of pikers in a big game, bigger than we understand. We hold the cards, but somebody else is playing the hand for us. He is an old guy and a wise one, 4,000 years old, he tells me, and though it scares me out of my boots to think who I am trailing along with, I'm going to stick, and you'd better stick too, and let him play out our hand to the end.
Who is it?
Asked Owen, wondering if the morphine had gotten the better of him again, or if Hicks were playing some uncanny deceit on him.
I don't know,
replied Hicks.
He's somebody who has been dead 4,000 years, and he wants to have this girl Pauline killed so he can get her back. I suppose he's some kind of ghostly white slaver. It isn't our business what he is as long as he takes care of us. If we'll help him, he'll help us.
Well, he didn't manage very well today,
objected Owen.
He planned all right,
rejoined Hicks.
The machine fell, and if she'd been in it, she'd have been killed. But the other side played a card. I don't know what the card was, but it took the trick, and she didn't go up in the machine, that's all. But don't worry, we'll have better luck some other time.
Owen shook his head. He could make nothing of this battle of unseen forces. It was clear to him that he had grasped at the one big chance to get Pauline's estate, and had missed it. He told Hicks so frankly.
That's where you're wrong again,
insisted Hicks.
If that girl had been killed today, it would have been a big blunder.
A blunder?
Queried Owen.
Didn't you say that Pauline must be put out of the way before we can get hold of her fortune?
Listen,
said Hicks, glancing cautiously about.
Come over here away from these people.
What do you mean by saying that it would have been a big blunder if Pauline had been killed in that flying machine?
Demanded Owen.
Yes, an almighty big blunder. That's what I said, and I can tell you why. We were pretty stupid not to think of it before. Now here's what's got to happen to Miss Pauline.
Hicks placed his mouth close to Owen's ear and whispered. End of chapter 4. Owen wins the first game. The Perils of Pauline, Chapter 5 by Charles Goddard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 5. The Pirate and Pauline. A sort of false quiet, like the calm that broods between storms, kept all serene at the Marvin mansion for a week after the aeroplane catastrophe. Little had been seen of Harry, who was busy with directors' meetings and visits to the factories. Owen had read with alarm of rumors that someone had tampered with a wire of the wrecked biplane. But if the authorities were investigating, he saw no signs of it, and suspicion pointed no finger at him. What puzzled and worried Owen more than anything else was his own mind and behavior. Having no belief in the supernatural, he could not account for the dream which had thrown him into a criminal partnership with Hicks. Hicks had blackmailed him in the past, and there was nobody he had feared and hated more than this vulgar and disreputable racetrack man. Yet Hicks had appeared to him in a dream, and Owen had promptly done his bidding, involving himself in what would probably turn out to be murder. The newspapers reported the French aviator as barely living from day to day. Owen suffered the torment of a lost soul, but at least he had no more dreams or spectral visitations. Hicks called him on the telephone once or twice, but the secretary refused to talk. Pauline, too, had a busy week. Besides her usual social activities, she rewrote and finished her new story. It seemed to her even better than the one in the Cosmopolitan magazine.
This will surely be taken,
Pauline thought with a little sigh of regret.
And that means the end of my year of adventures.
She had determined on this course the night after the accident. It was after midnight, and Pauline was trying to marshal the exciting recollections of the day into the orderly mental procession that leads to sleep. Very faintly, she heard what sounded like the music of a distant mandolin. Pauline knew it was Harry, went to the open window and looked down on the dark lawn. There he was, playing with a bit of straw instead of a pick, that his music might not disturb the sleepers in the house. Pauline wanted to throw her arms around him and promise not to cause any more worry. But she didn't, because she couldn't reach him from the window. After Harry had gone, Pauline decided to finish her story, send it to a publisher, and let his decision be hers.
If they accept it, you stay home and marry Harry,
she told the pretty face under the filmy nightcap, which smiled at her from the mirror.
But if they dare reject it, Harry will have to worry, dear boy though he is.
So Pauline lost no time in finishing and submitting her manuscript, enclosing a special delivery stamp and request please to let her know at once. On Saturday, Pauline received a bulky letter in the morning's mail. It was her neatly typed manuscript and a short letter declining her story. The editor thought it charming, showed wonderful imagination, gave great promise of future success, but there was a lack of experience evident throughout. A little unreal, he added. He ventured to suggest that the author would do well to travel around and see the world from different angles. During the afternoon Harvey Sheffelin dropped in for a call. He had found her story in the Cosmopolitan and complimented her. Then he began to laugh.
Polly, that's a bully story of yours. But you ought to have gone down and watched some stokers do work before you described that scene.
What was wrong in my description?
Demanded the young authoress.
Well, you told of a stoker laying his grimy hand on the fire door and pulling it open to rake the fire.
Well, couldn't he do that?
Oh, yes,
laughed Harvey.
He could, but he wouldn't do it more than once. Those doors are almost red hot and would burn the flesh off the stoker's hand, whether it were grimy or not. I'll show you on my yacht sometime. What you need is—
Harvey, don't you dare tell me I need experience,
interrupted Pauline with unexpected heat. Young Sheffelin saw that tears were almost in her eyes.
Well,
thought Sheffelin,
this vein leads too close to water.
And he hurried to shift the course of the conversation. But the damage was done. Pauline took her story to the little open fireplace in her room and destroyed it. At the same time she destroyed her resolution to give up the year of adventure. There could be no question. She needed experience. Her adopted father had admitted it. The editor had said it. And even an empty-headed young man like Sheffelin could see it. She was sorry for Harry, but it couldn't be helped. She picked up a copy of Treasure Island and soon wished fervently that the days of pirates were back again. Owen gave up his fight against morphine late Friday night. Saturday he was at peace with the world. Gone were all the nerve clamorings, and with them went his scruples. All day he kept a furtive watch upon Pauline, and even heard her envious remarks about pirates to Harry when he returned for a week-end at home. Owen sympathized with Pauline in her regret that pirates were extinct. A pirate would have been very useful to the secretary just then. However, there were other cutthroats, plenty of them, and perhaps some other kind would do. There were gunmen, for instance, but an honest district attorney had lately made these murderous gentlemen of the underworld almost as quiet as pirates. He was still pondering when Hicks called again on the telephone. This time the secretary responded and made an immediate appointment in a cafe near 42nd Street. Owen related the events of the week, ending with Pauline's hankering for pirates. The two men got their heads together and rapidly evolved a plan. From the cafe they took a taxi and rode along the waterfront, first on one side of the island of Manhattan and then on the other. The cab stopped near the worst-looking saloons, while the two schemers entered and looked over the sailors and longshoremen refreshing themselves at the bars. After covering several miles of waterfront, they had collected as many as a dozen abominable bar-room cigars and a few equally dubious drinks, but had not yet found what they were looking for. On Front Street they saw a man, and both cried out,
"Look,
there
he
he
is."
The man was a wild-looking specimen. He had the rolling gait of the deep sea. A squinting eye gave him a villainous leer, while a bristly beard and long gray hair made him a ferocious spectacle. His age was doubtful, as the lines in his ruddy skin might have been cut by dissipation as much as age. The most prominent feature of his unlovely countenance was a nose, fiery red from prolonged exposure to sunburn, or rumburn.
"If he isn't a pirate, he ought to be one,"
said Owen. The man carried the top of a ship's binnacle, as the round brass case which holds a ship's compass is called. He entered the dismal portal of a marine junk shop. The taxi was stopped discreetly a block away. As Owen and Hicks approached the shop, they heard a loud argument going on inside.
"How much do you want for it?"
$10. It's a brand new negus.
10 nothing. You stole it, you son of a sea cook. I'll give you a dime for it.
I did not steal it, so help me. The captain of that lime juicer over in the North River gave it to me for saving his little gal's life. He begged me to take anything I wanted, but I fancied this. I'll tell you about it.
Then Owen and Hicks, listening just outside, heard a fearful and wonderful tale. To relate it in the sailor's own words, stripped of the long deep-sea oaths, would be as impossible as to pick the green specks out of a sage cheese. In brief, the gentleman with the binnacle, sauntering innocently along the docks Friday night, had heard a commotion on the British tramp which he referred to as a lime juicer. Some 15 or more longshoremen had invaded the ship, overcome the captain, tied him down, and were about to kidnap his daughter. The teller of the story had walked in and thrashed them all single-handed, driven them off into the darkness, rescued the little girl, and released the captain. In gratitude, the commander had made him a present of the binnacle head. At the conclusion of the story there was a pause. Then the other voice answered,
"You're a wonder. As I said before, I'll give you 10 cents for the binnacle. And 90 cents for the story. Now you can take it or I'll have you pinched for swiping it."
"Give me the $1,"
said the hero of the tale. And a moment later he passed down the street with the 2 eavesdroppers at his heels. The sailor-man, proceeding at a rapid pace, suddenly turned a corner like a yacht jibbing around a buoy and plunged into a dingy saloon. Owen and Hicks went in after him. Owen ordered and invited the sailor to join them. They learned that his name was Nelson Cromwell Boyd, that he had deserted from the British Navy at a tender age, and since then had been through a series of incredible adventures and injustices, which disproved the old adage that you can't keep a good man down. At last Owen intimated that he had a business proposition to discuss, and they adjourned to the sidewalk.
"Do you want to earn some money?"
asked Hicks.
"Well, that depends,"
said Boyd, doubtfully.
"Easy money,"
suggested Owen.
"That's the only kind worth going after,"
commented the sailor.
"That's where we agree with you, my friend,"
said Hicks.
"We are after easy money and plenty of it. Plenty for us, and plenty for you, too, if you can keep quiet about it."
"Well, that's the kind of talk I like to hear. But as honest man to honest man, I want to warn you that there mustn't be too much work to it. I don't believe in the nobility of labor. I believe that work is the crowning shame and humiliation of the human race. It's all right for a horse or a dog or an ox to work, but a man ought to be above it. It's degrading, interferes with his pleasures, and wastes his time.
I feel the same way.
Agreed Owen.
But somebody has got to work to make shoes and food for us.
Yes,
admitted the sailor.
Regretfully, there will always have to be some work done, and I'm sorry for the poor guys that must do it. But there's been too much work done.
Those sentiments are very noble,
said Owen.
It's all very fine to worry about your fellow man, but you would like to have plenty of money, even if the rest of the world is fool enough to keep on working.
I suppose so,
said the sailor.
But I'm a reformer, and my business is to talk, not work.
That's just what we want you to do,
said Owen and Hicks in answer. Then they found a table in the rear of a saloon where they could unfold their plan. Boyd was to be introduced to a foolish young girl who had a barrel of money. He was to tell her a deep-sea yarn along certain lines, and Owen and Hicks would take care of the rest.
The question is,
said Owen,
whether you can talk and act like a sort of reformed pirate.
Leave that to me,
he assured them, and led the way out of the saloon and into still another grimy and disreputable place. It was Axel Olufsen's pawn-shop and second-hand general supply and clothing store. After much pawing over ancient, worn, and rusty weapons, Boyd was at last fitted out. Ole was paid about 60% of what he asked, and left to the enjoyment of his Scandinavian melancholy.
You look like a pirate now, sure enough,
said Owen, observing Boyd's effect on the driver of the taxicab.
I look it, but I don't quite feel it yet,
said Boyd, with deep meaning.
There is something lacking.
What can it be?
asked Hicks.
About 3 fingers of red-eye,
the sailor explained, pointing to a saloon.
That will make my disguise just perfect.
In the saloon, Hicks and Owen made a little map, wrinkled it and soiled it on the floor, then gave it to the pirate.
Tell her,
said Owen, as he called for a taxi,
that is only a copy of your original, which is all worn out.
The nearer they approached to the house, the more talkative became the pirate. He demanded to know more details of what was to be done, and finally assumed an air of authority.
You say that rich girl is crazy to see something worth written about. Now, I know something better than pirates and buried treasure,
shouted the pirate confidently.
Yes, no doubt,
Owen replied soothingly and with some alarm at the man's bravado.
But it's pirates she is interested in just now.
Never mind. I say I know something better, insisted the pirate. If she'll go and do what I'm going to tell her, she'll sure see something like she never dreamed of. Now listen to me sharp.
It was an extraordinary proposition the pirate made. Owen laughed a gentle discouragement and shook his head, but Hicks fixed his eyes keenly on the man, and was evidently turning the suggestion over in his mind. Owen's key admitted the 3 to the front hall without ringing, but a maid happened to cross the hall and caught sight of Boyd. With a scream and a flutter she retreated. Owen seated his 2 confederates in the hall and went in search of Pauline. Owen found Pauline alone in the library. Never did a villain propose a scheme to a beautiful girl at a more favorable moment. Half the afternoon, and a little while after dinner, she had been absorbing Treasure Island, and now came Owen asking her if she would like to meet a reformed pirate and go on a thrilling and adventurous expedition.
Owen, you are a perfect angel. Bring in your pirate. I'm sorry, though, that he has reformed."
Pauline shook hands with Hicks, but hardly noticed him. She had eyes only for the pirate, who impressed her mightily. With awe and admiration she saw his scowling and squinting eye run over her and then travel about the room. Pauline approved of the pirate, but the pirate did not approve of Pauline, and he almost told her so. But he met the warning eyes of his confederates and restrained himself. He had his story to tell, and he would do it. After all, that was the best way to attack this girl and her fortune.
"Tell us about the treasure,"
said Pauline eagerly.
"Hush!"
he shouted in a voice that made the girl jump.
"I'll tell you, but by the blood of Morgan, if one of you ever tells a living soul, I'll cut his liver out,"
said the pirate. Pauline gasped, and the secretary told him that it wasn't considered good manners to point with a sharp knife. But they all swore to secrecy, and the pirate proceeded.
"I was but a slip of a lad when I ran away and sailed from Liverpool in the good brig Nancy Lee, with as villainous a crew as I ever seen. Where we was bound for and why is none of your business. Them that planned that voyage has cashed in their souls to their Maker, and, well, as I was saying, they was a villainous crew, low and vile and bloody-minded. I was the cabin boy, and slept on the transoms in the captain's cabin. The weather was awful, and the grub was worse. But all went well till we reached the Roaring Forties. The skipper knew how to handle sailors. You bet he did. When they come aft to kick about the grub, he knocked 'em down before they said 2 words.
Pauline gave a little exclamation of dismay at this point, and the pirate turned to her in explanation.
You see, knocking 'em down quick like that avoids a lot of cross words and unpleasant arguments that such as makes hard feelings on long voyages. Yes, as I was saying, all went well until the second mate got to knocking 'em out with his left hand, which the same was all right too, but he was heard to pass a remark one day that he only hit landlubbers with his left hand. The crew, they was insulted, and that very night the second mate went overboard. Who done it nobody knows. Lestways the captain couldn't find out. It made the old man peevish like, and he got to arguing with them sailors instead of walloping the way he oughter done. And one day they turned on him. It was all over in a minute. They had the old man thrown and tied. The first mate came running in, firing his pistols, but they downed him too. I took the wheel while they decided what to do. Bloody Mike, their leader, had about persuaded the men to send the captain and mate to Davy Jones' locker, and the carpenter was rigging the plank for 'em to walk, when I up and puts in a word. I pleaded for their lives, and, though Mike was dead agin the idea, they voted to let them live. The last we saw of 'em, they was drifting off in the jolly boat with a jug of water and a loaf of bread.
The mariner paused, and Pauline suggested delightedly,
"And as soon as they had cooled down, they were grateful to you and made you their leader?"
They did not,
answered the pirate.
They broached a cask of rum in the forward hold, and I overheard 'em plotting to throw me to the sharks."
"How awful,"
said Pauline.
"Yes, miss,"
agreed the pirate.
"It was awkward and embarrassin' like for a mere slip of a lad. So I up and goes into the captain's cabin and gets all the pistols and knives and cutlasses there was, and brings 'em out on deck. Pretty soon them drunken devils comes a-tumbling out of the forehatch, picks up half a dozen capstan bars and some belaying pins and a marlin spike or two and runs aft, a-hollering and yelling. I gives 'em one warning and then fires.
The pirate stopped, coughed, and looked around.
"Oh, please go on,"
begged Pauline.
Yes, miss,
replied the sailor.
But this talking affects my throat. Could you possibly...
Why, certainly,
interrupted Owen.
I'll get you a drink.
After the sailor had swallowed the biggest drink ever poured out in that house, he continued.
Yes, that was as neat a fight as I ever was in. There was some 20 of 'em all told.
"And what happened then?"
demanded Pauline.
Well, miss, it come on to blow, and there was the old ship staggering along under full sail. It was all I could do to keep the old hulk from foundering, at that. But I stuck to the wheel day after day and night after night. To keep from freezing, I had to drink a lot of grog. Oh, a powerful lot of grog. So much grog that I've been dependent on it ever since. And I'll take a little now, if it's agreeable.
It wasn't exactly agreeable, but he got it and continued.
Finally we fetched up ker-smack on the rocks of a desert island. All the boats had been smashed and carried away by the storm, so I had to build a raft. The first 2 loads was all provisions, and then I took the treasure ashore.
"What treasure?"
asked Pauline.
Oh, bless your heart. Didn't I tell you about the treasure?
No.
Said Hicks with a scowl.
And that's the part we want to hear about.
Ah, money ain't everything,
rebuked the pirate in a lordly manner.
There was a matter of $1 million or so in good British gold. And what it was on the Nancy Lee for is nobody's business. I took it all ashore and buried it on the island. Here's a copy of the chart I made, and you 3 is the first to lay human eyes on it.
While Pauline examined reverently the dingy bit of paper, the pirate concluded his yarn.
After I buried the last of it, I rigged the mast on the raft and fetched up on one of the Bahamas.
"And you have never been back to get the gold?"
queried Pauline.
No, miss, though I've started many's the time. But a poor seafaring man like me finds it hard to fit out a proper expedition. If you fancy the notion and want to go along with me and pay all the expenses, I'll divvy up half and half with you. What do you say?
Pauline looked at Owen and Hicks, who nodded approvingly. She had no great faith in finding any gold. Old Mr. Marvin had said that treasure hunts rarely produced any results. But he had also remarked that they were very thrilling, and here, surely, was adventure well worth a little time and money. Pauline agreed, and the pirate was in the midst of imposing a blood-curdling oath of secrecy when Harry demanded admittance. Nobody, least of all the sailor, would tell him what was in the wind, except that they were going off on a trip of adventure. The young man disapproved of both Hicks and the pirate, and the latter showed his dislike of Harry. It was with regret that the man of the sea recollected Owen's stipulation that Harry must on no account be allowed to go with the party. Nothing would have pleased the pirate better than to have got these 2 happy and innocent representatives of ill-gotten gains alone with him on the high seas. Pauline, too, wished to have Harry, who was frowning and suspiciously demanding information. But she had sworn the oath of a buccaneer, and far be it from her to break faith with the confiding freebooter. So once more Harry was kept out of Pauline's counsels. He was a little provoked at her this time, for her willfulness seemed almost perverse after the lesson she should have learned from the aeroplane wreck. End of Chapter 5. The Pirate and Pauline. The Perils of Pauline, Chapter 6, by Charles Goddard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 6, The Treasure Hunters. Excitement and activity pervaded the house. Sunday and Monday, everyone, including Harry, soon knew that Pauline was to take Tuesday's steamer to Old Nassau in the Bahamas. Harry intended to quietly board the steamer a little earlier than Pauline and surprise the party by appearing after the ship was well out to sea. His plans were shattered by the young lady's unexpected early arrival. Harry, with a suitcase in each hand, met her face to face on the pier. There was nothing for him to do but confess, kiss her good-bye, and go. It was with a pang of regret that she saw him toss his 2 suitcases, covered with college team labels, into a taxicab and depart. An hour later, the 4 treasure hunters stood looking over the rail, watching the last passengers come aboard. The pirate, in a new blue suit, huge Panama hat, and light pink necktie, though a rather unusual sight, had been toned down in appearance to a degree that permitted him to walk among people without causing a crowd to collect. Hicks, too, at Owens' suggestion, had adopted quieter attire. Just as the gangplank was about to be pulled in, the deckhands waited to permit a very feeble and bent old man to hobble aboard. He had long white hair, and his face was mostly gray whiskers, except a pair of dark spectacles. A porter followed him, bearing 2 brand-new suitcases. The adventurous 4 were soon comfortably perched in steamer chairs, watching New York Harbor slip by them. They had barely reached the Statue of Liberty when the pirate launched forth on one of his Munchausen-like tales of the sea. Highly colored, picturesque, untrue, and absurd as a stained-glass window, nevertheless, these yams took on a semblance of reality from the character of the narrator himself. In all his stories the pirate was the hero. Nobody noticed that a steward had placed a 5th steamer chair beside the sailor until that worthy reached one of the main climaxes of his narrative. At that point he felt a hand on his shoulder and looked around into the whiskers and black spectacles of the old passenger. The cackling voice remarked,
"It's a lie! It's a lie! It's a lie!"
Everyone was astonished, but even the pirate had a trace of respect for such great age, and said nothing in reply. After a while he continued, only to be interrupted by the same words. This was too much to endure, and though if the pirate held his tongue, they rebuked the old dotard by walking away and leaning over the rail. The conversation wandered to the subject of sharks, and Pauline asked if they were as stupid as they looked.
"Don't you believe it,"
the pirate assured her.
"Them sharks look stupid just to fool you. Well, I remember a time not so long ago down in Choco Bay on the coast of Colombia. There was an old devil who used to sneak up alongside sailing vessels in a fog. He carried in his mouth the big iron shank of an anchor he'd picked up from the wreck."
"What did he do that for?"
asked Hicks.
"So the iron would deflect the compass, and make them run the ship onto the kelp ledges off the Penudis Islands. If a ship went down, he stood a good chance of eating 1 or 2 of the passengers. But I don't mind sharks. If you want to know what really annoys me, it's them killer whales in the Antarctic that comes a-crowdin' and buttin' up against ye.
It's an infernal, monumental, epic-making lie,
cackled a voice behind him. Everyone looked, and there was the old man. The pirate was now thoroughly exasperated. If he couldn't tell a story without being interrupted in this manner, life wasn't worth living. He announced that he would find the old man and thrash him. Owen and Hicks were annoyed, but they feared the result of the sailor's fury. They might all be arrested on arriving at Nassau. This would interfere with plans, and must not be thought of. To appease the wrathful pirate, Owen offered to have the old man thrashed so soundly that he would probably be glad to stay out of sight the rest of the voyage. There were some rascally-looking men of Spanish blood among the second cabin passengers, who, as Owen and Hicks observed, looked needy and unscrupulous. The secretary found no great embarrassment in explaining that he wished the old man thrashed quietly and privately. The Spaniards agreed to beat him thoroughly for the trifling consideration of $10. They would even throw him overboard for a very reasonable sum additional. But the bargain was struck at $10 for a moderate beating, and the foreigners were warned that as he was delicate they must be careful not to kill him. During the next hour or two the old man passed the 4 treasure hunters in their steamer chairs, but each time the pirate ceased talking before he came within earshot. At last the old man stopped in front of Pauline and gazed long at the pirate. He studied the rascal's face, apparently trying to remember the identity of the man. Slowly the aged head nodded as if he was saying to himself, "Yes, he is the same man." Then, turning to Pauline and shaking a warning finger, the old man delivered a surprising message. Pauline was startled. The 3 men leaped to their feet. It was with the utmost difficulty that she was able to prevent violence. Owen excused himself to hunt up his Spaniards and demand an explanation for their slowness. To his surprise, they declared that they had tackled him, and that he was as quick and powerful as a gorilla. He had thrashed them both, and they were glad to escape with their lives. The ex-secretary was incredulous, but they showed cuts and bruises and demanded their money, saying that a joke had been played on them. When Owen refused, one of them drew a stiletto, and the $10 was forthcoming. Returning ruefully, he related the failure of the Spaniards. The pirate at once said,
"Now let me handle him."
A few minutes later, Boyd cornered his ancient adversary on a deserted and wind-swept piece of deck.
"Old man,"
snarled the pirate,
"you say all my stories are lies. Only your gray hairs have saved you from a thrashing before this."
If it's my gray hairs that stop you, I'll remove that obstacle.
The pirate was amazed to see the aged person take off his hat and remove a gray wig with his left hand, while his right fist collided with the pirate's eye. When consciousness returned, he was lying on the deck, with no living thing in sight but a seagull aeroplaning on slanted wings over his head. His return to the party was more rueful than Owens.
"What is the matter with your eye, Mr. Boyd?"
asked Pauline innocently.
"Why, you see,"
said the pirate,
"I was looking at a girl with one of these new slit skirts, and I stumbled and bumped against the ventilator."
I see you sort of slipped on a sex appeal, so to speak,
commented Owen to help him out.
Yes,
said the sailor gratefully.
It was just like that.
It's a lie,
said a high, thin voice from somewhere, and they noticed that a porthole behind them was open. Pauline found conversation difficult. Hicks, as a man of few words, which gave him an undeserved reputation for wisdom. The pirate had given up spinning yarns on account of the old man's unfailing interruption. Owen's mind, too, was preoccupied with a growing suspicion. So the adventurous young lady went to her stateroom and wrote a letter to Harry. The sailor intimated that he had important news which could be only told in the privacy of Owen's stateroom. The secretary suspected this to be only a maneuver on the pirate's part to get acquainted with the whiskey he knew Owen kept with him. But the seafarer unfolded the tale of his black eye, not truthfully nor accurately, except that he had recognized Harry under the disguise of the old man.
I more than half suspected it,
said Owen.
And I have been watching his stateroom, but there is no way anyone can see into his room unless by getting a look in through the porthole.
And there's where you get a good idea,
said the pirate.
But there's no good having a peep at him without a disguise now that it's Harry,
objected Hicks.
No,
said the pirate, turning on Owen his lustreless, sea-green eyes, faded by much grog to a dimness that reminded one of the faint lights set in ships' decks and known as dead-eyes.
No, but your porthole idea is just a scheme to get at him and get rid of him. I can slip down a rope tonight when all is quiet and the full passengers are over on the other side looking at the bloody moon.
And then what?
Said Owen.
I goes down the rope and shoots the old fool. I mean the young fool, through the porthole.
Why, that's murder,
cried Owen.
We'd all swing for it.
No, it ain't murder, it's suicide. 'Cause I'll throw the gun in there where they'll find it when they break the door in, and everybody'll think he shot himself.
It's practical,
commented Hicks, but Owen protested. At last it was decided that a fourth man was necessary to do the shooting, and the pirate volunteered to produce him.
There's an old shipmate of mine down in the stokehole working like a nigger. He'll be glad to do the trick for $10. But we'll make it 50 because the poor fellow has a wife and children and needs the money. I'll go get 'em.
Owen and Hicks went on deck while Boyd descended to the fiery vitals of the steamer. It was not an easy matter to smuggle a grimy stoker from his furnace to the upper passenger decks, but the pirate managed it. Meanwhile, Harry was not losing time. He had taken a dictograph from his baggage, borrowed a few dry batteries and a coil of wire from the wireless operator. He carefully installed the instrument in his stateroom and led the wires out under his door to the passageway. From there it was an easy task to carry them along the edge of the carpet to the door of Owen's stateroom. Arriving at the point, he was compelled to leave pliers, wire, and the receiving instrument under a chair. Like many another stateroom door, Owen's could not be locked easily from the outside, so when the three conspirators went out, they left it unlocked. The old man slipped in a moment later and quickly placed the dictograph under the lower bunk. Returning to his own room, the old man took up his instrument and listened. But he was not a very expert electrician, and the dictograph for a long time failed to give anything but roars and crackling sounds, though he was convinced there were several persons talking. At last he got the thing adjusted in time to catch the last sentences of the conversation. He recognized the voice of the pirate. It said,
"And then we lowered you down the rope to his porthole. You stick your gun in and shoot the old fool. Don't forget to throw the gun in afterwards so they'll think he killed himself, see?"
"Sure, I got you, matey,"
replied a strange voice. After this, the dictograph must have got out of order, as nothing further came over the wire. After closing the porthole, Harry started to take off his disguise with a view of revealing himself and having Owen, Hicks, and the pirate arrested. Then it occurred to him that he had not heard Owen or Hicks talking, and very likely they were not in the room at all. It was probably a crazy, drunken scheme of the old sailor whom he had tormented. Neither Owen nor Hicks had any suspicion, so far as he knew, that behind the whiskers and eyeglasses was Harry. Owen could have no object in shooting him.
Can it be that I'm jealous of this man Owen?
He wondered.
Polly has been taking his advice against mine lately. What can that mean?
Peace reigned during the evening while the old liner plunged and rolled past wicked Cape Hatteras. While the passengers listened to the sad orchestra in the saloon, Harry, still in his whiskered disguise, sent a wireless to a lawyer in New York requesting him to telegraph Pauline at Nassau something that would make her come home. Then he went back to his stateroom and locked the door. As he stepped in, he caught sight of the unbeautiful countenance of Mr. Boyd, squinting wickedly at him from far down the passageway.
Just for that evil grin of yours, Mr. Pirate,
thought Harry.
I'm not going to let you or your friend shoot me until after daylight.
So Harry kept his porthole closed tight that night, sleeping rather restlessly without his accustomed ventilation. Twice he heard a faint scraping sound on the outside of his cabin, and a dark shadow eclipsed the faint nimbus of light which the foggy night sent through his porthole. On the deck, directly over his head, 3 dark figures sat in deck chairs, while a 4th paced the deck, his cigar glowing like the tail lamp of a distant automobile. The fog began to lift just before dawn, and the stoker, making another trip down his rope, found the porthole open. A hasty inspection of the decks indicated that it was safe to go ahead. Owen, Hicks, and the pirate quickly lowered the stoker, sitting in a little swing known on the sea as a boatswain's chair. In his hand he carried a pistol which Hicks had provided. Each of the 3 conspirators had revolvers, but the racetrack man's weapon was chosen because he had obtained it from a source to which it could not be traced. Down went the stoker, his bare feet clinging to the gently swaying side of the ship. The porthole was open, and there in the dim interior of the cabin the light was reflected from a pair of spectacles. There, too, were the whiskers and gray hair. The old man seemed to be asleep in his chair right near the porthole. The stoker cocked his revolver and held it ready for instant action. The steamer's foghorn blew a blast at the fast thinning fog. This noise was just what the stoker wanted. He quickly plunged his pistol into the porthole and fired it point blank in the very face of the old man. There could be no question of missing. He looked up at the 3 eager faces and nodded that all was well.
"I got him!"
he called out, and was about to hurl the pistol into the stateroom when an unpleasant and unexpected thing happened. A brawny fist shot out of the porthole and collided with the stoker's coal-blackened jaw. More from surprise than the force of the blow, the stoker fell backward into the sea. The 3 watchers on deck saw the proceeding, and only one, the pirate, had presence of mind to hurl a life-buoy. No alarm was sounded. The steamer went on into the sparkling morning sea, leaving behind her a profane and disgusted stoker. This unfortunate had only a life-buoy to aid him on a 15-mile swim to shore.
"Never mind,"
said the pirate, after the conspirators had gotten over their first fright at the dashing of their plans.
"I have an idea. It's a corking idea, and you'll all like it."
What is it?
asked Owen nervously.
Here's your drink now. What's your idea?
But the pirate wouldn't tell. He objected that it was too startling for them to carry in their timid brains. He would unfold it when the time came, and he promised them that it would be the greatest and most daring project they had ever heard. A murderous glare lit up the faded eyes, and he chuckled to himself. But no offers nor threats would induce him to part with his secret. End of Chapter 6. The Treasure Hunters. The Perils of Pauline, Chapter 7 by Charles Goddard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 7. A Flirty Buccaneer. Arrived at Nassau, the party proceeded to the King Edward House, where Pauline found a telegram from Philip Carpenter, the lawyer, advising her to return as soon as possible to attend the signing of certain important papers. On account of the message, all hands made haste to hunt for a small steamer or launch to complete the trip. Though none of the four saw him, the old man was at the hotel. He lost no time in assuming another and very different disguise, observing to himself that the most valuable part of his college education might prove to be the secrets of make-up he had learned in his college dramatic club. Owen, with his usual forethought, had arranged in advance to be put in touch at once with all available boats. As a result, a gasoline launch with a cabin and stateroom about 100 feet long, which had once been a yacht, was chartered. The pirate's stipulation that no stranger should see his island made it necessary for Pauline to deposit a check for $2,500 for its safe return. The next morning provisions were brought aboard, the pirate declaring that he could run the engine and all was ready when a difficulty arose. Who was to cook? Pauline volunteered, but Owen objected, and finally the pirate's objections to a stranger were overcome. A dark-skinned half-breed with long black hair, who had earned $50 by helping carry things on board, volunteered in a gruff voice.
"I's fine cook. Best cook on the island. I cook very cheap."
Time was too valuable to investigate the man's ability, so he was hired. Off went the white launch, Owen steering under instructions from the pirate, who soon proved he knew gasoline engines. Out of the harbor they went, and then coasted along the beautiful shores of the island. The sea was calm, and the cruise uneventful for some time, when the pirate called everyone's attention to the fact that it was a long time since breakfast. He went below and addressed the cook, who had shut himself up in his tiny galley, as sailors called a boat's kitchen.
"What's your name?"
demanded Boyd.
"Filippo."
"Are you a nigger?"
"I guess so. I don't know."
"Well, what were your father and mother?"
"I don't know."
That's funny. But what I want to know is how soon grub will be ready.
"Right away, senor."
"All right, Filippo. See that there is plenty of it. Dod foul my howser, if this ain't what you might call pleasant,"
declared the pirate, showing his few teeth in a smile that reminded Pauline of the spiles of an abandoned pier. Pauline was pacing the deck apart from the others, in a pleasant dreaminess, scanning the endless azure of the hushed waters. Her thoughts roamed forward and backward, forward to the vague magic land of adventure, where she was to win treasure and delight, fortune and fame, backward to a big, lovely, splendid house in New York City, where a certain tall young man with brown unruly hair and shoulders broad as a sheltering wall must be pining for her. Someone began whistling in the cabin. Pauline paid no attention to it at first, but as the tune suddenly shifted to the very latest musical comedy air, she became interested. Owen never whistled, and Hicks, she imagined, seldom went to the theaters. The song shifted from whistle to words.
"I'm a greatly wicked person, if there's anybody worse on this terrestrial circumference of guile. Though I very broadly doubt it, I should like to know about it, for I want to be the blackest thing on file. I'm a bad madman, my dear. I'm a liar and a flyer and a flirty buccaneer. I've done everything that's awful that a human being can. I'm a bad madman.
The song from Polly Peekaboo. Harry and I heard it only 2 weeks ago,
mused Pauline. Moved by a sudden whimsy, she entered the cabin. There was no one there but the cook. In his dingy linen suit, he was standing at the table peeling potatoes and whistling. He stopped as Pauline entered, a tall, powerful man, though of slouching posture. He bowed deferentially.
No like me sing, no sing,
he suggested.
On the contrary, I like it very much. You sing very well indeed, Filippo. Would you mind telling me where you heard the song you were just singing?
Big American man up Nassau. He sing 'em. Very fine man. Big fool daughter,
replied Filippo.
You speak very good English when you sing,
remarked Pauline.
Why don't you do it all the time?
The cook hesitated.
Speak good English all the time. Bad English when sing.
Pauline began to scrutinize half suspiciously this remarkable menial, but he kept stolidly at work at the potatoes, and his dark skin, his scraggly beard, his bagging trousers upturned over bare feet, his general dilapidation of appearance, proved him nothing but one of the common derelicts of the Languid Islands.
If you could peel potatoes instead of butchering them, there would be a little more to eat in case we run out of supplies, Filippo,
suggested Pauline. He turned on her a frank American grin. For an instant, the twinkle in the keen blue eyes upset her. It was so like the twinkle in a pair of keen blue eyes that were supposed to be figuratively weeping for her fate in far-off New York. But instantly he changed his attitude.
No like cook. Cook quit,
he grumbled.
Oh, no, indeed, Filippo, you must not be offended. I was just speaking to Mr. Owen this morning about raising your salary.
A thick voice came to them from the cabin door.
I begs to report, miss,
said Blinky Boyd the pirate, reeling in,
that there be mutiny in your crew. Mr. Hicks and Mr. Owen, miss, has rebelled against me authority and has refused me drink.
This is outrage, Mr. Boyd. They do not realize how your nerve-wracking adventures have shattered your strength. I will attend to it myself,
said Pauline sympathetically.
Filippo, give Mr. Boyd a drink.
Drink? Yes, ma'am,
replied Filippo, with such unwonted alacrity that Pauline turned in surprise. She saw the slouching figure of the cook suddenly stiffen to his full, stalwart height. She saw an ill-clad but majestic giant stride toward the pirate, bowl him over with a gentle tap, pinion his arms and legs in a lifting grasp, and carry him toward the door of the cabin. Cries of rage came stuffily from the thick throat of Boyd.
Let me go, ya scum! Let me go!
He yelled.
Filippo! Filippo, stop this instant! How dare you treat Mr. Boyd in such a manner?
Cried the indignant girl.
You say, give him drink. He say, let me go,
answered Filippo, pausing with his squirming burden.
Drink, ya fool, drink! She is telling ye to give me a drink,
screamed the hero of desperate encounters.
Big fat drink,
agreed the cook, as he strode toward the rail. Pauline rushed upon him. The peril of her precious pirate stirred all her courage. She saw her dreams vanishing, the chief narrator, navigator, and guide of the treasure voyage suspended in two strong arms over the blue deep. Forgetting that he was accustomed to conquer 20 men single-handed, she felt only pity for his plight. Her soft but determined hand gripped the cook's.
Filippo, obey my orders,
she commanded.
Yes, ma'am. Let him go. Give him drink. Big liar need big drink.
He lifted the struggling but utterly helpless form of the pirate over his shoulders. Then, with a sudden stooping movement, He made as if to plunge it into the sea.
"Help! Help!"
cried Pauline, running up the deck. Hicks and Owen rushed from their staterooms. Blinky Boyd was quivering, gasping beside the rail. They found a slouching, uncommunicative cook stolidly washing dishes in the galley. Some hours later, while Boyd was sleeping off his potations, and Hicks and Owen were deep in conference on the deck, Pauline slipped down into the galley ostensibly to explain the rudiments of the culinary art to the cook.
"The trouble is that you have no respect for a potato, Filippo. You slash the poor thing to pieces, and then you boil it only long enough to hurt its feelings."
Peel potato nice, good.
He apologized.
Then peel 'em pirate. Filippo want to peel pirate. Boil 'em just half hurt him feelings. That's how.
"Oh, I see. But I think you do Mr. Boyd a great injustice, Filippo. He has consented to come all the way from New York with us, and take command of our boat, and find the buried treasure, and—"
Buried potatoes,
snapped Filippo, with a sudden reversion to his unimpaired English.
"Well, at least you understand about tomorrow's breakfast now, don't you?"
Yes, ma'am. Boil 'em eggs to death, no peel 'em.
No, Filippo. Boil them 2 minutes and a half. Here, take my watch, and go by that. You must be very careful of it, Filippo."
Yes, ma'am. Boil 'em long time. Stick fork in, see when soft.
No.
Pauline caught the watch from him.
You don't boil the watch at all, Filippo. You boil the eggs, and watch the watch. Can you tell time, Filippo?
Yes, ma'am.
How long is an hour?
Peel potatoes, hour is very, very long. Talk to ship's lady, whisht, hour in no time,
answered Filippo with upcast hands. Again she eyed him through her long lashes a little askance. He was rather subtle, this half-breed cook, for one who could not even boil an egg.
"I will let you have the watch, Filippo,"
she said gravely.
"but you must give it back to me. It is one of the most precious things I have. It was given to me by... Filippo, were you ever in love with a girl?"
Sure, ma'am,
replied the cook with sudden enthusiasm.
Love daughter big American, no love me. Big American daughter start from Nassau, get buried treasure, not.
Filippo, where do you get all your New York slang?
Big American daughter, she sling slang good,
said Filippo.
Why did you fall in love with her?
Nice girl, no eat much, no scold cook, no talk about potatoes, just big fool about buried treasure.
What do you think love is?
Love, huh?
Grunted the cook.
I like her. Girl no like me. Chase all around world, no good.
That watch was given to me by the man I love, Filippo,
said Pauline.
You won't boil it or anything, will you?
As Filippo took the tiny diamond-scarred timepiece from Pauline's hand, there was a sound as of someone choking at the top of the steps. The cook sprang to the deck, but there was no one in sight. He returned to Pauline, while Blinky Boyd, gasping more from astonishment than fear, reeled up to Owen and Hicks on the forward deck.
She's gone clean crazy,
he panted.
She treats that there cook as if he was a natural human man, instead of a sea-roving gorilla worse than the one I beat in Africa.
No more gorillas for a while, Blinky,
commanded Hicks.
What's happened now?
She's gone and got him her jeweled watch to boil eggs by, said
the pirate.
By George, we will have to do something with that fellow,
muttered Hicks to Owen as they walked away.
Do something to him?
Blinky Boyd was fuming in the wake of Owen and Hicks on their stroll up deck.
Do everything to him. Make him walk the old board. Draw and quarter him. Didn't he attempt me life, and ain't he at present engaged in stealing the family jewels?
Well, have you got any ideas?
Asked Owen.
The first thing,
whispered Blinky,
is to get him under the influence of liquor. There never was no cook could stand up agin the disgraceful habit of taking too much and doing too little. Get 'em under the influence.
And then what?
Then, well, ain't they a lot of good blue water floating around atop the fishes? Ain't they some accommodating sharks swimming atop the water?
It's a bit crude. Just to throw a man overboard for nothing,
said Owen, willing to arouse Boyd's anger.
For nothing? Didn't he insult the master of the ship? Ain't he tried to starve us to death? For what kind of nothing, says I?
Boyd smote his caving chest in an emphasis of his accusations.
And he would have the diamond watch on him in case he should be picked up,
suggested Hicks quietly.
That's so,
said Owen.
He would have been swimming to shore with the stolen watch and drowned.
But of course he would swim to shore, unless... Well, it's a case of making sure beforehand. We could persuade him to go in and try to kill Blinky here while Blinky is asleep, then rush in and finish him. Even Pauline was a witness to the attack he made on Blinky this afternoon.
The pirate's glowing countenance suddenly went white.
Not this trip,
he said fervently.
I ain't going to kill no man in a trap like that. I'm going to see it done fair and square, in the open, with plenty of drink in 'em and his conscience clear. I wouldn't see no man die with murder in his heart for me.
I don't like it,
said Owen nervously.
I don't like the idea of doing too much. We've got one big piece of work to do that concerns her.
He nodded in the direction of the cabin.
Do you mean to say we can't get a poor half-breed cook off this boat without killing him? Why not discharge him?
Hicks uttered a grim chuckle.
I must say I never thought of that. Get a boatman, will you, Boyd? And we'll put him ashore within half an hour.
All hands forward!
Bellowed the pirate's voice. The all hands were Owen, Hicks, the pirate, and Pauline.
Why all hands? Can't you handle the cook yourself?
Said Owen.
Not to put that cook ashore. You need a navy,
said Boyd. Backed by Owen and Hicks, he moved to the cabin.
You, cook there! Get fired! Get off the boat! Your carriage waits!
He cried down at the busy Filippo. Filippo shuffled almost meekly toward the speaker. He saw the skiff alongside and Hicks and Owen nearby.
Grab 'em!
Ordered the pirate.
Here's the irons.
He produced a pair of rusty handcuffs that had been brought along, among other ominous-looking junk, to impress Pauline. But Filippo was not fired yet. With a sudden, long-distance lunge, he knocked down the pirate, who thought he was at a safe distance. But Hicks, who had been well schooled in street-fight tactics, thoughtfully stuck out a leg and tripped the cook, who fell upon the groaning Boyd. Boyd, though down, was by no means out, and held Filippo tight while Owen and Hicks slipped on the handcuffs.
Now, to the boat with 'em and dump 'em ashore, wherever it looks hottest and hungriest. Yeah,
he snarled in the face of the prostrate cook.
Ye don't interfere no more with the captaining of this here vessel. I hopes ye...
But his sentence was cut short, or rather, it ended in a shriek of pain and fright, as the cook, suddenly swinging himself from his shoulders, landed a terrifically propelled right foot in the pirate's middle. He was pinned down again the next moment, but Boyd's yell had penetrated to the cabin.
What is the matter? Who is hurt?
Cried Pauline, rushing to the group on deck.
Oh, we have had to order this fellow put ashore. He has twice attacked Boyd, and besides, He is useless as a cook,
explained Owen.
You will assuredly do nothing of the sort,
announced Pauline.
You will take those horrid iron things off and set him free.
But my dear Miss Marvin, he is a desperate man. It is dangerous.
What did we come here for but to get into danger?
Cried Pauline.
Besides, Filippo is the most interesting person on the ship. I have just devoted a chapter to him in my book, and if you think I'm going to spoil my book because Mr. Boyd gets hurt or the potatoes aren't done, you are much mistaken.
Owen obediently knelt and unlocked the clumsy handcuffs.
You are free, Filippo,
said Pauline, with the air of a proud princess releasing a serf.
No fired,
grunted Filippo.
Too bad. Bum job.
Now go back to the kitchen and promise not to strike Mr. Boyd any more.
No hit 'em. Boil 'em. 3 minutes. Stick fork in 'em,
said the cook with a cannibal glare at the still writhing pirate. He shuffled off to his pots and pans. Blinky scrambled to his bunk, and Pauline retired to elaborate the fascinating character of Filippo in another chapter of her book of adventure. She did not realize how late it was when at last she put down her pen and moved with soft, slippered steps to the door of the cabin. Over the great vault of the heavens the stars were sprinkled like silver dust. The boat rolled softly, dreamily on the listless waters. A cool breeze, scented with the fragrance of the spiced land, cooled her brow. She realized that her little stateroom had been very stuffy. It was beautiful here in the hushed night alone. She moved out on deck. They had come to anchor for the night off St. Andrew, and the few faint lights of the town tinged the scene with life. Pauline was thinking of Harry. It would have been nice if he were here now, in the moonlight, just for this evening. Of course, if he were a regular member of the party, he would spoil the trip by his grumpiness, and probably prevent them from finding any treasure at all. But Harry was a good companion, usually, and Pauline was getting a little tired of the company on the yacht. The night was so still that even her light footstep could be heard on the deck, and she was surprised to hear a muffled hail from some invisible craft astern. As she moved to the rail, her tall form in the yachting suit standing out plainly in the moonlight, she saw a small boat scurry away. She thought she recognized their own small boat, the one the yacht towed, and she quickly made sure that this was true. Pauline turned toward the cabin to rouse the others for a real pirate chase, when she was silenced and stunned by the sight of Filippo, the cook, staggering out of the galley with his bearded chin drooping on his breast, his knees swaying under him, his arms weaving cubist caricatures in the air, and his voice raised in unintelligible song. He was quickly followed by the pirate, who, to Pauline's amazement, actually presented a picture of sobriety in contrast to Filippo. But on seeing her, Boyd looked frightened.
They have stolen the skiff!
Cried Pauline.
No, miss,
said Boyd.
They was 4 of 'em come aboard in one boat, and we let 'em take our'n ashore to bring a double load of supplies.
Pauline was grievously disappointed. She turned her wrath upon the musical and meandering Filippo.
Filippo,
she demanded.
Go to bed at once.
For answer, he reeled toward her.
Cook boiled 3 minute,
he said. Then, with a lurch, he fell sprawling at her feet. Boyd had started back to the cabin in haste and excitement. Pauline's first instinct was to leave the inebriated man, but pity mastered her, and she stooped to lift him. He sprang to his feet without her aid. His blue eyes looked clearly into hers. His body towered again to its commanding height, as it had done when he was about to finish the pirate. He stooped and spoke rapidly, sharply in her ear. There was no pigeon chatter. It was straight English. But as the door of the cabin opened again and Boyd came out, the tall form sank into itself, the knees began to rock, the arms to weave, and, staggering back up the deck, he disappeared in the cabin. Pauline stood stupefied. She had been so startled by the sudden transformation of the man that she had hardly understood his strident words. Only one thing she could remember. He had commanded her to go to bed and bar her door. She obeyed, but she could not sleep at first. It seemed that hours had passed when a sound outside her door brought her to her feet. She moved to the door and softly opened it. Across the threshold lay Filippo, wide awake.
"Go to bed,"
he said. Again she obeyed, and this time she slept. The next morning everything seemed outwardly as usual. The skiff had been restored to its place astern. The pirate was intoxicated, the cook sober. But there was the threat of trouble in the air. Pauline felt it in the attitude of all the men, even of Owen and Hicks. The pirate showed a strange new tendency to make friends with Filippo.
"Can you steer, cook?"
he asked, after the latter had announced that dinner was ready.
"Yes,"
said Filippo.
"All right. Take the wheel and keep her as she's going, till we round that point ahead there."
Filippo took the wheel, and the others descended to find the cabin table set. There was a prodigious amount of fried steak and boiled potatoes as the main part of the meal. To their dismay, they found the steak was as tough as leather. A wail of sorrow arose when the potatoes proved to be so hard that Pauline doubted if they had been boiled more than 3 minutes. The pirate, whose table manners savored of the forecastle, tried a biscuit, and found it as hard as stone and almost as heavy. In his anger he hurled it at the side of the cabin, and was horrified to see it go through the boat's side. He did not know that the biscuit happened to strike a hole that had been temporarily stopped up with putty and paint. He turned speechless to the others, and saw Hicks lift a biscuit on high, about to dash it onto the cabin floor. With instant presence of mind he seized the arm of Hicks, and in a hoarse voice shouted,
"Don't do that! You'll sink the ship! Look what mine did!"
They all gazed in amazement at the ragged aperture in the side of the cabin, through which the sparkling waters of the Atlantic could be seen dancing past. Events moved swiftly that afternoon. Owen, peering in the galley porthole, beheld the disguised cook remove his wig to wash his face, and recognized the curly light hair of Harry. About 4 o'clock the launch tied up to the landing at the small village of St. Andrew. There Owen had opportunity to reveal his discovery of Harry's presence to the other 2 conspirators. They were frightened at first, but soon agreed that it was a fine chance to get rid of both at the same time. The pirate confided to them that he had brought a clockwork bomb along, and had it in his bag. A few minutes' discussion produced a simple plan. Owen sent the disguised Harry with a bucket in search of a spring, and Pauline was already hunting strange flowers among the palms and creepers. This left the conspirators free to place the bomb under the cabin floorboards, a matter which Owen attended to himself. It was set to explode 2 hours later. Pauline and Filippo were then summoned and told that there were comfortable lodgings and a good meal obtainable at a village just the other side of the long narrow point of land. If Pauline and Boyd and Filippo would go around in the launch, Owen and Hicks would climb through the jungle and get there in time to have a meal all ready upon the boat's arrival. The 2 parties separated, and all was quiet for some time. Pauline sat on deck with the pirate, endeavoring to engage him in conversation. But he grew surlier and surlier in his answers, looking frequently at his watch and often stopping below for a drink. After about an hour and 3/4, Pauline became a little frightened at his behavior and descended to the cabin. There was the cook reading a cookbook, evidently his own. The moment Pauline was out of sight, the pirate heaved a sigh of relief and abandoned the wheel. Stepping softly to the stern, he pulled in the small boat which was towing astern, leaped in adroitly, and cut it adrift.
Filippo,
said Pauline,
you told us you were a good cook.
Yes, señorita, I thought I was.
Have you ever cooked before?
No, but I have a cookbook which tells how everyone may be a cook. I thought...
Filippo did not finish his sentence. His eyes were roving around the cabin in search of something, and Pauline was looking very hard at him.
What's that ticking sound?
Inquired the cook. He went to the cabin clock and listened. No, it wasn't that. Pauline could hear it too, and it wasn't her tiny watch. Filippo made a search of the cabin and finally located the sound under the floor. A moment more, and he had laid bare the pirate's bomb. He leaped on deck and took in at a glance that the pirate had left in the only boat. In another instant he was below again, tearing off his wig.
Polly, it's I. There's an infernal machine ticking here, ready to blow us up.
He tried to lift up the bomb, but it was wedged fast.
Harry, for heaven's sake, what do you mean?
I'll tell you in a minute in the water, as soon as we have jumped overboard. Come.
He seized Pauline, carried her up on the deck.
Where's Mr. Boyd?
Gone,
answered Harry, putting a life preserver around her.
Now, will you jump, or shall I throw you overboard? 1, 2, 3...
I'll jump,
said Pauline, and with arms around each other they leaped into the warm ocean. On went the white launch, serene and unruffled by the desertion of its crew. In answer to Pauline's demand for explanation, Harry only answered,
Wait.
Finally, it came. A belch of flame shot up from the launch, driving a column of smoke far into the sky, where it spread out and formed a majestic ring, which floated and curled for many moments. A concussion reached them through the water, and another in the air smote their ears. The after part of the launch rode on the waters for a moment and then disappeared. Finally, a succession of waves tossed them and passed on.
What does it mean?
Gasped the girl.
Insanity. Sheer, downright insanity. That wretch of a pirate was a crazy man. He placed that bomb intending to kill all of us, and Owen deserves a sound thrashing for having anything to do with such a murderous lunatic.
I think you're rather hard on Owen, Harry,
said Pauline.
Of course we all know that pirates aren't nice persons, but nobody could foresee that the man was crazy.
Well, perhaps. But don't talk. We have 1.5 miles to swim ashore.
They were spared that ordeal by the Cerulean liner Crawdads. Arrayed in borrowed clothes, they were notified of a second rescue, and came out on deck in time to behold, in the dusk of evening, the pirate. He was relating to an admiring throng how he had stuck by the burning ship till it exploded. He had actually been blown into the air, and had fallen by good luck into the little boat.
It's a lie,
said Harry in the old man's cackling voice. The pirate heard the voice of the old man, and saw the face and the blonde hair of Harry. It was too much for his evil and murderous mind to bear. With a shriek he hurled himself over the rail into the sea. The Crawdads stopped and searched, but no trace of the pirate could be found. End of Chapter 7. A Flirty Buccaneer. The Perils of Pauline, Chapter 8, by Charles Goddard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 8, The Coelho Reception. 2 weeks later, Pauline and Harry were sitting in the library. Through the half-closed blinds a soft breeze bore to them the fragrance of carnations and roses. For the first few days after their return, Pauline was so thankful they had not lost their lives that she was reconciled to not having found the treasure. But only for the first few days. She was already growing restless.
"You're wasting time, Harry,"
she said impatiently.
"I'd rather face anything than be bored to death."
Polly, it's got to stop. It isn't safe. It isn't sensible. It isn't even fun anymore. Won't you drop the whole freakish thing and marry me?
Harry was holding Pauline by the hand as she drew her dainty way out of the library. In laughing rebellion, she looked over her shoulder and jeered at him.
"Oh, I thought it was I who was going to be afraid," she said.
Well, if you aren't, who's going to be?
"You!"
she tittered. He drew her back with a gentle but firm grasp.
Honestly, Polly, aren't you satisfied yet? Adventure is all right for breakfast or for luncheon once a month, but as a regular unremitting diet, it gets on my nerves.
"Still thinking of your own perils?"
she volleyed. Harry's fine, keen face took on a look of earnest appeal. He let go her hand, but as she started to run up the stairs, he held her with his eyes.
"You dear silly boy!"
she cried, returning a step and clasping him in an impetuous embrace.
"You are the nicest brother in all the world, sometimes. But just now I think that adventure is nicer than brothers or husbands. I'm having the time of my life, Harry boy, and I'm going on and on and on with it until I've seen all the wild and wicked people and places in the world."
Harry caught her hand and smiled down at her in surrender. A ring at the doorbell and the entrance of the maid caused Pauline to flutter up the stairs. They were preparing to attend the Coelho's reception that evening to the great Bascanelli, whose musical achievements had been equaled only by his social successes during this, his first New York season.
"Anyway,"
she twinkled from the top of the stairs,
"you needn't be frightened for tonight. Nothing so meek and mild as a pianist can hurt you."
Harry tossed up his hands in mimic despair and started back to the library.
"Yes, I know. She is always at home to you, Miss Hamlin,"
the maid was saying at the door.
"What a privileged person I am,"
laughed Lucille Hamlin. She was Pauline's chum-in-chief, a dark, still-tempered girl in perfect contrast to the adventurous Polly. She greeted Harry with the easy grace of old acquaintanceship.
"Still nursing the precious broken heart?"
she queried.
For the love of Michael, me, and humanity,
he pleaded.
Can't you do something? She won't listen to me. I'm honestly, deucedly worried, Lucille.
"You know very well that nobody could ever do anything with Polly. She always had to have her own way, and that's why you love her, though you don't know it, Harry. Shall I run upstairs, Margaret?" she added, turning to the maid.
No, you're going to stay here,
commanded Harry, seizing her hands.
You got to do something with Pauline. You're the only one who can. She wants a new adventure every day, and a more dangerous one every time. Talk to her, won't you? Tell her it isn't right for her to risk her life when her life is so precious to so many people. No, wait a minute. Sit down here. I'm not half through yet.
He drew her under laughing protest to a seat beside him on the stairs. She realized suddenly how serious he was. She let her hand rest comradely in his pleading grasp.
"Why, Harry, yes. If it is really dangerous, I'll do anything I can,"
she said gravely. They did not see the cold, gray face of Raymond Owen appear at the top of the stairs. The face vanished as quickly as it had appeared. In her Bordeaux, Polly was laying out her finery of the evening. There came a soft rap at the door.
"Come in,"
she called, and looked up brightly in Owen's furtive eyes as he opened the door and motioned to her.
"Don't say anything, please, Miss Marvin,"
he whispered.
"Just come with me for a moment."
Bewildered by his manner, she followed to the top of the stairs. He directed her gaze to the two young people in earnest conversation below. It was a picture that might well have startled a less impetuous heart than Pauline's. Harry's hand still grasped Lucille's, and he was leaning toward her in the eagerness of his appeal.
"You will? You promise? Lucille, you've made me happy,"
Pauline heard him say. Through mist-dimmed eyes, dizzily, she saw the two arise. She saw the man she loved clasp Lucille's other hand. She saw the girl who had been her friend and confidant since childhood draw herself away from him with a lingering withdrawal that could mean— what could it not mean? Polly fled to her room. In Owen's subtle, secret battle to retain control of the Marvin millions, fate had never so befriended him. None of all the weapons or ruses that he had used to prevent the faithful attachment of Harry and Pauline was as potent as this little seed of jealousy. Pauline rang for her maid.
"Tell Miss Hamlin that I am not at home,"
she said in a voice that started haughtily but ended in a sob.
"But, Miss Marvin—"
Margaret tried to demur.
"Tell Miss Hamlin that I am not at home,"
repeated Pauline. Lucille had just started up the stairs, leaving Harry with a sympathetic pat on the shoulder.
"Well, even if I can't do anything with that wild woman,"
she laughed back at him.
"You know Pauline bears a charmed life. Nothing has ever happened to her yet. Guardian angels surround her, as well as heroes."
Harry walked into the library. The agitated Margaret met Lucille on the stairs.
Miss Marvin is not at home,"
the girl said, flushing crimson. Lucille paused, dumbfounded.
"But, Margaret, you know I thought—"
"I really thought she was at home, Miss Hamlin. I hope you won't be offended with me."
"I insist upon seeing her,"
cried Lucille.
"I don't believe you are telling me the truth. I'm going right up to her room."
Margaret burst into tears. Lucille quickly reconsidered. Indignation took the place of astonishment. She hurried down the stairs and rushed through the door without waiting for Margaret to open it. Pauline, back in her own room, vented her first rage in tears. With her hot face pressed against the pillow, she sobbed out the agony of what she thought her betrayal, her double betrayal, by courtier and comrade at once. But the tears passed. Too vital was the spirit in her, too red flowing in her veins was the blood of fighting ancestors, too strong the fortress of self-command within the blossoming gardens of her youth and beauty, for the word surrender ever to come to her mind. True, she had found an adventure that stirred her more deeply than the peril of land or sea or sky could have done. Here was a thrill that had never been listed among her intended tremors. She sent for Owen. Masked as ever in his suave exterior and his manner of mingled obsequiousness and fatherliness, he came instantly.
"Mr. Owen, have you known that this was going on?"
"I feel that it is my duty to know what concerns you, even what concerns your happiness, Miss Marvin,"
he answered.
"You mean—"
"I mean that I have long had my suspicions."
But again the very perfection of his deceit brought Pauline that feeling that she had had since childhood, that sense of an insidious influence always surrounding her, always menacing, and yet never revealed. This influence, which Owen seemed to embody, was the antagonist of that other mysterious power, so real and yet so inexplicable, that warded and protected her, the spirit of the girl that had stepped from the mummy. But Pauline had seen with her own eyes. She did not need any word of Owens to convince her of the falsity of her lover. She was quite calm now. She dressed with the utmost care. Margaret, who had seen her in such anger only a short time before, was surprised at her sprightliness and graciousness. A slightly heightened color that only added to the luster of her loveliness was the single sign of her inward thoughts. She summoned her own car and left the house alone. The drawing-room of the Clarence Coelho mansion was ablaze with light. There was a little too much light. The Clarence Coelho always had a little too much of everything. There was a little too much money. There was a little too much gold-leaf decoration in the drawing-room, a little too much diamond decoration of Mrs. Coelho, and, if you were so fastidiously impolite as to say so, a little too much of Mrs. Coelho herself. But Mrs. Coelho was struggling toward gentility in such an amiable way that better people liked her. The motherliness and sweet sincerity of her, the fact that she loved her frankly illiterate husband and worshipped, almost from afar, her cultured daughters, was the thing that brought her down from the base height of the climbers and lifted her kindly, harmless personality to the high simplicities of the elite. She made the natural mistake that other wealthy mendicants at the outer portals of society have made the mistake of pounding at the gates. Instead of letting the splendor of her charitable gifts, the gracefulness of her simplicity, carry her through, she went in for the gorgeous and the costly. As a sort of crowning glory, she began to take up artists and actors and musicians. She gained the good graces of the best of them, and in her kindly innocence she won the worship of the worst. It was thus that she came to the point of holding a reception for Basganelli. Not that anyone had heard anything black or even shadowy against Basganelli. He had arrived recently from abroad, his foreign fame preceding him, his prospective conquests of America fulsomely foretold, his low brow decorated in advance with laurel. Mrs. Coelho added him to her collection with the swiftness and directness of the entomologist discovering a new bug. She herself loved music, without understanding it very deeply. And Basganelli, whatever might be his other gifts, could summon all the cadences of love from the machines that people call a piano, engine of torture or instrument of joy. For half an hour, Harry paced at the foot of the stairs.
I wonder if she's ever coming.
He fumed to himself.
It takes them so long to do it that they drive you crazy, and when it's done, they're so wonderful that they drive you crazy.
Did you wish anything, sir?
Asked the butler, entering.
No, just waiting for Miss Pauline, Jenkins. Just waiting,
sighed Harry.
Why, if I may presume to tell you, sir, Miss Marvin has gone to the reception,
said Jenkins.
Gone?
Harry cried abruptly, hotly, then remembered that he was speaking to a servant and swung into the reception-room. He put on his hat and coat and rang for Jenkins again.
How long ago was it that Miss Pauline went out?
Almost an hour ago, sir.
Harry slammed his way out of the door. It was not until he was in the car on his way to the Coelhos that he began to think with utterly wrong deductions, as lovers always do.
I must have said too much,
he told himself.
She's crazy about these wild pranks, and she thinks I'm a stupid goody-goody. What a fool I was to try and prevent her.
You aren't very nice, Mr. Marvin, to snub my pet musician, my very newest pet musician.
Mrs. Coelho rebuked him as he entered.
I didn't mean it. I was Why, my car went to pieces,
he explained.
Is Pauline here?
Here? She is the only person present. Basganelli hasn't spoken a word to anyone else. He won't play anything unless she suggests the subject. I am glad Mr. Owen is here to protect her.
From the scintillant, flimsy mist of women around the piano, Lucille emerged. She came swiftly to Harry's side.
What is the matter?
She asked.
What's the matter? Tell me,
he replied.
What did you say to her?
I didn't see her, Harry. She sent word that she was not at home.
You don't mean not after you started upstairs?
Yes, and she hasn't spoken to me all evening.
And she left me waiting at home for half an hour. It's outrageous.
Harry strode across the floor just as the music ceased, and Baskinelli arose, bowing to the applause of his feminine admirers.
May I ask the honor to show you Madame Coelho's portrait myself? It is called The Glorification of Imbecility,
he said, as he proffered his arm to Pauline. He was a small man, with sharp features shadowed by a mass of flowing, curling hair, the kind of hair that has come to be called musical by the irreverent. The sweep of an abnormal brow gave emphasis to the sudden jut of deep eye sockets, and a dull, sallow skin gave emphasis to the subtle, sinister light of the eyes themselves. Pauline accepted the proffered arm of the artist, but daintily, laughingly, she turned him back to the piano.
"You haven't yet escaped, Signor Baskinelli," she said. "We have not yet heard Tivoli, you know."
Tivoli!
he cried, with hands upraised in mock disdain.
Why, I wrote the thing myself. Am I to violate even my own masterpieces?
There was a twitter of mocking protest from the women. Baskinelli began to play again.
Pauline, may I speak to you? Just a moment.
Harry's vexed voice reached her ear as she stood beside the piano. She turned slowly and looked into his bewildered, angry eyes.
"A little later, possibly,"
she answered, and instantly turned back to Baskinelli. From her, no mask of music, no glamour of others' admiration, could hide the predatory obsequiousness of Baskinelli. She was not in the least interested in Baskinelli. She had loathed him from the moment when she had looked down on his little oily curls. But if Baskinelli had been Beelzebub, he would have enjoyed the favor of Pauline that evening, at least after Harry had arrived. The glowing piquant beauty of Pauline enthralled Baskinelli. He had never before seen a woman like her, innocent but astute, daring but demure, brilliant but opalescent. When at last they strolled away together into the conservatory, his drawing-room obsequences became direct declarations of love. Pauline began to be frightened. She fluttered to the door of the conservatory, but there she paused. Voices sounded from the end of a little rose-rimmed alley. They were the voices of Harry and Lucille. Baskinelli was at her side again.
If I have said anything, done anything to offend,
he said with affected contrition,
you will let me make my lowliest apologies, won't you?
Pauline hardly heard him. She was intently listening to the low-pitched voices.
I think I will run back to the others,"
she cried suddenly. Baskinelli was left alone.
"I congratulate you, Signor, on the success of the evening,"
said a voice at his shoulder.
"There are few among the famous who can conquer drawing rooms as well as auditorium."
The musician turned to face the ingratiating smile of Raymond Owen.
I thank you, sir, but I do not believe you. My conquest has turned to catastrophe. I have lost everything."
"You mean that you are dissatisfied with the applause?"
asked Owen.
No, applause is nothing from the many. There is always one in the audience to whom he plays from his soul.
"And that one, tonight?"
"The lovely miss, what now is her name, Marvin? She bewitches me and she scorns me."
"Signor Baskinelli, there are other places than drawing rooms, or even conservatories, in which to capture those who captivate."
I quite grasp your meaning, Mr. Owen."
He tried to disguise the suspicion under an accentuated accent.
"I think so, Monsieur Piquois."
At the name, Baskinelli turned livid. He made a movement as if he would lunge at the throat of Owen, but his fury withered under the glassy smile.
"So we met in Paris?"
"Once upon a time, a little incident in the Rue Saint-Jean. A young woman was concerned in that incident, and was not heard of afterward.
And you are trying to blackmail me for the death of Marie Dessart. Ha! That is a jest,
cried Baskinelli.
I am trying to do nothing of the kind. I simply reminded you of the little affair. I know as well as you that it was all beautifully cleared up, and a man is still in prison for it. I know you are as safe here as that man is in jail, Signor Baskinelli.
What are you talking about, then?
The little woman who so charmed you here. I remarked merely that those who are captivated can capture.
Not in this country, not among the Puritans. One must be good and unhappy.
You haven't forgotten your little friends Mario and De Palma and Vittorio. They are all respected residents of New York. We know where they might be found.
At the Cagalici's?
Precisely. Dining upon the best of spaghetti and the richest of wines, and paying for it at the point of a stiletto.
But you are talking nonsense. We could not find them. They could not find us.
We might telephone and try,
suggested Owen.
Cagliacci, you know, is now up to date. He has a telephone. He considers it a sign of respectability.
And then, what do you propose?
Signor Baskinelli. I propose nothing, unless possibly there might be, after the reception, a little motor trip to Chinatown. It might amuse the ladies.
You are right. I will invite them all,
said Baskinelli.
And how about calling up Marie at Cagliacci's, just as an old friend?
It might be best.
They moved together down the corridor, and Owen directed their way to a little study secluded from all other apartments of the great house.
You seem to be familiar with the home of our gracious hostess,
remarked Baskinelli.
I make it a rule to be familiar with all homes in which Miss Marvin is entertained.
Miss Marvin? You are then a relative?
I am her guardian.
Ah, you have control, perhaps, of certain small sums bequeathed to her?
Yes.
And you would like to have as few persons as possible in the Chinatown party?
As few as possible.
In a place known only as Cagliacci's, in the dread depths of Elizabeth Street, the ringing of the telephone bell was much more startling, much more unusual than the crash of a pistol shot or the blast of a bomb. The habitués moved quietly to the door that leads to the roofs, while Pietro Cagliacci himself wiped the dust-covered receiver on his apron and put it to his ear. He spoke softly, tersely. The conversation was very brief. Within a minute after he had hung up the receiver, 3 grimy-clad, grim-visaged men left the place silently. Harry and Lucille came out of the conservatory.
I tell you, there wasn't anything said between us that could have caused it,
he was saying.
I was fighting the whole thing hard, but I was fighting it like a beggar. I am always a beggar with Pauline.
But you told her it wasn't right that she was risking other people's lives?
No, I told you to tell her that.
In spite of her distress over Pauline's coldness, Lucille burst into laughter. They were just emerging into the music-room. Pauline, like the others, turned at the unexpected sound. She gave one glance at the two, and turned haughtily away. Baskinelli was bustling about, making up an impromptu excursion party.
Ha! You people of New York! You do not know what is in New York. All Europe is there, and you never cross 14th Street. I mean to say 5th Avenue.
It's more dangerous to cross 5th Avenue than to cross the ocean. That's probably the reason,
said Harry.
The traffic cops along the Gulf Stream are so careful.
Pauline stopped Baskinelli's intended reply. She wanted Harry to be ignored utterly. Her anger had made him flippant. His flippancy had put the seal of completeness upon her anger. End of Chapter 8. The Coelho Reception. The Perils of Pauline, Chapter 9, by Charles Goddard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 9. Baskinelli's Quarry. A flutter of polite alarm attended Signor Baskinelli's invitation. From the sheltered glitter of a Fifth Avenue drawing-room to Chinatown was a plunge a little too deep. But Baskinelli was insistent, and Pauline was his ardent and efficient recruiting officer. Quite a troop train of limousines carried the invaders to the uncelestial haunts of the Celestials. Baskinelli rode in the car with Pauline and Owen. He had cast off the dignity of the master musician and assumed an air of whimsical recklessness. Harry and Lucille were in the following car.
"Oh, please stop fidgeting,"
exclaimed Lucille.
"I'm as nervous as you are,"
I know,
said Harry.
But I hate to have her alone with that little black snake for 5 minutes.
"Owen is with them."
Owen is worse.
The machines drew up in Chatham Square, and the little procession that moved across to Doyer Street, dainty slippers on blackened cobblestones, light laughter tinkling under the thunder of the L, human brightness brushing past the human shadows from the midnight dens, made contrasts picturesque as a pageant in a catacomb. Pauline, on the arm of the chattering Baskinelli, led the way.
"Isn't this splendid?"
she exclaimed.
"I'm sure you won't disappoint me, Signor Baskinelli. I hope you aren't going to show us a happy Chinese family at supper. Only the most dreadful sights amuse me."
Ali, but we must not take risks,
replied Baskinelli.
"There are some beings in the world, Miss Marvin, so exquisitely precious that a man would commit sin if he placed them in peril."
"But only the worst and wickedest places,"
she admonished Baskinelli. He leaned suddenly very near to her.
"Do you really mean that, Miss Marvin?"
he asked.
"Indeed I do,"
she answered.
"Very well, but first we shall go to the new restaurant. It is yet too early for the worst and the wickedest to be abroad, or rather to seek their lairs."
They climbed a brightly lighted staircase into one of the ordinary Chinese restaurants of the better sort, which are conducted almost entirely for Americans, and where Boston baked beans are as likely as not to nudge almond cakes on the bill of fare, and champagne flow as commonly as tea. They gathered around one of the larger of the cheaply inlaid tables, and Baskinelli took command of the feast. Harry sat in grim silence, watching Pauline like a protecting dragon. Lucille was sick at heart and repentant of coming. The others chatted merrily among themselves, but by common consent Pauline seemed to have been surrendered to the attentions of the evening pest, who had become a midnight host. He leaned toward her with an ardor that he did not even attempt to disguise.
"You are the most wonderful woman in—"
"Please make it the universe,"
pleaded Pauline.
"There are so many most wonderful women in the world."
"No, let us say chaos,"
he whispered.
"The chaos of a man's heart can be ruled only by the charming uncertainty of woman."
The intensity of his words brought to Pauline again the twinge of alarm. Unconsciously she looked around for Harry. It was the last thing in the world she had meant to do. She was angry at herself in an instant, for his fixed, guarding gaze was upon her. She met his eyes and turned quickly to Baskinelli.
"Chaos? I've always loved that word,"
she flashed.
"There must be so many lovely adventures where there are no laws."
"I said the chaos in a man's heart could be ruled by a woman,"
said Baskinelli. The impudence of this sudden love-making moved her unexpectedly to defiance.
"Please let it be ruled, Signor Baskinelli,"
she said, turning away from him. Baskinelli had sense enough to see that he had gone too far. He turned to the others as the soft-footed Orientals began to spread the mixed and mysterious viands on the table. He glanced at Owen. By the slightest movement imaginable, by the least uplift of his black brows, Owen answered. For the first time Bassanelli knew that the lovely quarry he pursued had a protector, and no mean, no weak protector. But the arrival of the repast quickly covered the general embarrassment. Everybody could see that Pauline and Harry had had a quarrel, and that Pauline was flirting outrageously with Bassanelli simply for revenge. That is, everyone except Harry could see it.
Pardon me, but is that what you call a graft investigation that you are making, Miss Hamlin?
Inquired Bassanelli.
No, but the food is so funny. There are so many queer things present, but unidentified.
Laughed Lucille.
Like a reception to a foreign artist.
Interrupted Harry with a vindictive glare.
Or shall we say like the conversation of an unhappy guest?
Said Bassanelli, smiling, turning to note the entrance of a little party of newcomers at the further end of the restaurant. A dashing, well-dressed, fiery-eyed foreigner, the tips of whose waxed mustachios turned up like black stalagmites from the corners of his cadaverous mouth, was accompanied by two nondescript figures, who seemed to be embarrassed more by the fact that they had been recently cleansed and shaved than by their rough red shirts and mismatched coats and trousers. The man of the tilted mustachios gave brief, imperative orders to the waiters, whose languid steps seemed to be quickened by his words as by an electric battery. The other two sat silent, like docile dogs in leash. Only for an instant Bassanelli's eyes rested upon the group.
And having tasted the food of the gods, how would you like it to visit the gods themselves?
He asked. Pauline agreed enthusiastically.
You mean a Joss house, a Chinese church, don't you?
Yes.
The Joss house that most visitors see in Chinatown is the little one up under the roof at the meeting of Doyers and Pell Streets, at the toe of the twisted horseshoe made by these tiny thoroughfares of black fame, where, in spite of all the modern magic of reform, men still die silently in the hush of secluded corridors, and women vanish into the darkness that is worse than death. The little Joss house is interesting in the same way that an Indian village at a state fair is interesting. Behind its gaudy staginess and commercial appeal, it still holds something of reality from which the imagination can draw a picture of an ancient worship that has held a race of millions in thrall for thousands of years. But it was not to the little Joss house that Signor Bassanelli guided the party. In the little Joss house the bells are pounded without respite. The visitors come and go at all hours of the day and night, save the few set hours when the Joss sacrifices profit to true prayer. Bassanelli took his guests to the Joss house of the golden screens. Save for its greater size and more splendid accoutrement, it was little different from the other. But it was walled, in its back alley seclusion, deep behind the outer fronts of Mott Street, by a secrecy almost sincerely sacred. The motor cars remained far behind across the square as Bassanelli led the party through the dismal streets and stopped before a dark doorway. A dim light flared behind the door, and a Chinaman in American dress admitted them.
I am beginning to be really bored,
said Pauline.
Wait, give the wicked a chance,
said Bassanelli. They climbed 3 flights of dingy, narrow stairs lighted with flaring gas jets.
Wonderful,
jeered Pauline.
Not even a secret passage or a subterranean den.
The others followed her laughing lead up the stairs. A Chinaman came out of the door on the second landing, stopped, started in innocent curiosity at the dazzling visitors, and went down the stairs. Everything was as still and commonplace as if they had been in the hallway of a Harlem flat building. The silence was not broken or the seeming safety disturbed in the slightest by the soft opening of the first landing door, after they had passed. That is, after all but Owen had passed. No one but Owen saw the piercing black eyes and the tilted mustachios of the face that appeared for an instant at the door. There was a corridor, not so well lighted, at the top of the third flight of stairs. In the dim turns the women drew their skirts about them, a bit wary of the black, short walls. The passage narrowed. They could move now only in single file, and even then their shoulders brushed the walls. Only a far, dull glow from a red lamp over a door at the end of a passage lighted their way. Bascanelli tapped lightly on the door. It was opened by a venerable Chinaman in the flowing robes of a priest. He looked at them doubtfully. Bascanelli spoke 3 words that his companions did not hear. The priest vanished. Quickly the door was reopened, and they stepped into the dim, smoky, stifling presence of the joss. The choking scent of the punk always at the folded feet of the idol was almost suffocating. The place had other odors less noxious and less sweet. Chinamen were lounging in the room as if it had been a place of rest. 3 priests were on their knees before the joss, swaying forward till their foreheads almost touched the floor. Their outstretched arms moved in mystic symmetry with their rocking bodies. A great brass bell hung low beside the idol, but no priest touched the bell. The joss itself was almost the least impressive thing in the room. It stood, or squatted, 6 feet high, on a block pedestal at the side of the room. The simple hideousness of the painted features served no impressive purpose, but as contrast to the exquisite decorations of the room. Screens of carved wood, so delicately wrought that it seemed a touch would break the graven fibers, were flecked with inlay of pearl and covering of gold. One of the peculiar features of the room was a suit of ancient Chinese armor, a relic that had been rusted and pit-marked by time, but now stood brightly polished beside the statue of the god. A huge 2-edged sword was held upright in the steel glove. By the dim light behind the idol, the shadow of the sword was cast across the blank face of Bascanelli as he moved forward. He stepped back quickly. The shadow fell between him and Pauline. Again the ancient priest answered a summons at the door. Again he parleyed for a moment, then opened it to the 3 swarthy foreigners who had been in the restaurant. Bascanelli turned for just an instant to glance at the tall man with the tilted mustache, then resumed immediately his conversation with Pauline.
"Why do all the Chinamen run away like that?"
she asked.
"It is the end of the service. You see, the priests are going too."
There was a furtive haste about the departure of the Orientals, and there was a quavering in the manner of the oldest priest, the only one who remained, that seemed born of a hidden fear. The old priest lifted one of the lamps from a wall bracket and set it on the floor beside the idol. He knelt near it and began to pray. The 3 Italians waited only a moment, then followed the Chinese out of the room.
"It is late. We ought to be going,"
pleaded Lucille. Complete silence had fallen on the room, and her words, a little tremulous, had instant effect on the other women.
"What about it, Bascanelli? Had we better be going?"
asked one of the men.
Yes, yes. I beg only a moment. I wish to show Miss Pauline the—
You mean Miss Marvin, do you not?
Blazed Harry, striding to Bascanelli's side and glaring down at him.
I was interrupted. I had not finished my words. They are at best awkward, I beg.
You beg nothing,
said Harry through clenched teeth. Then slowly, grimly.
I want to tell you, you little leper, that if anything happens here tonight, It's going to happen to you.
He was so near to the musician that the others did not hear. Baskinelli backed away. Pauline, with the swift, inexplicable yet unerring instinct of women, moved as if to seek the shelter of Harry's towering frame. He did not see her. He had whirled at the sound of the opening of a door, a peculiar door set diagonally across a corner of the room behind the joss. Through the yellow silk curtains that hid the entrance came two Chinamen as fantastically hideous as the embroidered dragons on the tapestry.
Put those men out. They cannot come in here. They are full of opium,
commanded Baskinelli.
Stop. Let them come in. We are going,
said the mild voice of Owen. The understanding look of Baskinelli met his. Baskinelli frowned and Owen smiled. They were playing perfectly their roles. The two Chinamen shuffled into the room. The priest rose in jabbering protest. They argued with him acridly. A few feet away, one could see that their cheap linen robes covered the ordinary street garb of the Chinamen, that the ugly lines on their faces were painted as on the face of the joss. Baskinelli was laughing. The others watched the argument in silence. Everyone but the host and Owen and Pauline seemed a little nervous. Suddenly, the lamp on the floor went out. There was another at the farther side of the room, but its dim light made the scene more weird than darkness could have made it.
Well, I thought we were going,
snapped Harry's strident voice.
We are,
replied Baskinelli.
I am afraid to speak. Miss Marvin, shall we go?
Pauline took his arm.
Ali, but I have forgotten the most precious sight of the evening,
suddenly exclaimed the musician.
Only a moment. Look here.
Interested, Pauline did not notice that Owen softly shut the door upon the receding footsteps of the others. Baskinelli guided her back to the little door behind the screen, the door from which the Chinamen had entered. Baskinelli drew aside the curtain.
There, that is one form of adventure.
Pauline looked through the curtain. A suffocating, narcotic odor came to her. What she saw was stifling not only to the senses, but to the soul. She turned away.
Polly.
Harry's voice rang through the little choked room like a thunder blast.
We're coming. We are quite safe,
called Baskinelli with the sneer tinge in his tone.
Very well, then. Hurry.
Harry's manner aroused Pauline's temper again. She purposefully lingered. The two Chinamen were arguing violently now with the priest. Harry had closed the door and followed the others down the outer passage.
Miss Marvin, Pauline,
called Baskinelli with sudden passion.
Have you a heart of stone? Can you not see me helpless in your presence? Do you know what love is?
He stepped towards her and tried to take her in his arms. But she was stronger and far braver than he. She thrust him aside and fled through the door. Baskinelli followed, protesting, pleading. Strangely, as she fled through the narrow corridor, the low, flaring gas jets were extinguished one by one. She groped in the darkness. Baskinelli's pleading voice became almost a consolation, a protection. Her elbow struck something in the passageway. The something shrank at the touch. She heard a quick, drawn breath that was not Baskinelli's. She tried to run. The tiny passageway choked her flight. She plunged helplessly between invisible but gripping walls. She reeled and screamed. There was the sound of a struggle behind her. She heard Baskinelli crying for help, but, oh, so quietly. She reached the stairs. The stairs were blocked by a closed door. The door was barred, but there was a light left burning by the door. Her weak hands beat upon the panels, helplessly, hopelessly. How should she know that there were two doors, locked and sealed, beyond? Her wild screams rang through the long passage, through the dark, above the shuffle and beat and cursing of the staged fight. In the dim light, she could see the three Italians grappling with the other men. Baskinelli's voice called to her reassuringly. It might well. Baskinelli was in no danger. She placed her softly clothed shoulder to the door and strove to break it. She screamed again.
Harry! Harry!
Dull crashes answered. There was the crack and cleaving of splintered wood.
Hold on, I'm here,
she heard. She fell beside the door. Strong arms seized her. For an instant she felt that she was saved, but she looked up into the lowering face of a man with tilted mustachios. From the wide, thick lips came threats and curses. From the outer passageway sounded the crashing of the doors. She let herself be lifted. Then, with sudden exertion of her trained strength, she broke the grasp of the man. The door fell open. Harry, bloody and tattered, stood there, alone.
Polly?
Oh, yes! Where are the others? They'll kill you! Run!
She cried. Harry ran forward into the black corridor. A knife thrust, sheathed in silence, ripped his shoulder, gave him his clue. He had one man down and trampled, but another was upon him, and yet a third. A sharp pain dulled the pulsing of his throat. He felt a tickle down his bared and swinging arm. Harry fought blindly in the dark.
Polly,
he panted. There was no answer. In the joss house of the golden screens, the two Chinamen, dazed with opium, set of purpose, were still arguing with the trembling priest. The door fell open, and a white woman with bleeding hands fell at their feet.
Ha! She has come back,
cried one of the Chinese in his own tongue. There was the sound of steps in the outer passage.
Quick, inside,
breathed the Chinaman, pointing to the den. They lifted Pauline. The old priest stopped them.
Not there, not there,
he cried.
Anyone would look in there.
They dragged her back. The priest hurried to the outer door and locked it. There was the blunt, battering thrust of a body against the door.
Open, or I'll break it in,
yelled the voice of Harry. The priest opened the door. In deferential silence he saluted the battle-grimmed newcomer. Battered, panting, bleeding, Harry lunged at the man, gripped him.
Quick, where is she? You'll die like a spiked rat. Where?
He roared. The two other Chinamen were kneeling before the joss. There was a moment's silence, then a strange sound, like a cry heard afar off. Harry strode to the little pedestal where the suit of armor stood.
Where is she, or I'll rip this place to cockles?
He thundered.
We do not know what you mean,
said the priest. The two Chinamen began to jabber. Other figures reeled from the room behind the curtains, but over all their clamor sounded again the faint cry, distant, but near. In a flash Harry caught from the mailed glove the heft of the sword. As he rushed across the room, the Chinese withered away from him. There was a crash as the great sword fell upon one of the windows. Through the broken pane Harry shouted for help. His voice was like a clarion in the silent streets. He turned in time. 3 Chinamen with drawn knives were upon him. He swung the unwieldy sword above his head. Its sweep saved him. He dashed at the joss. Again he lifted the sword. A gasp, and then a wail of fear sounded through the room. He struck. The head of the statue thudded to the floor. The Chinese rushed upon him. They were desperate now in the face of the violation of their god. But he was behind their god, prying open the secret door to the hollow within the statue.
It's all right, Polly,
he said as he drew her gently forth. He stood above her with his back to the wall, swinging the sacred sword against the onslaught of fanatic men. They fell before him, but more came on. His hands could hardly hold the mighty weapon. For more than half an hour he had been fighting. He was weakening, but he braced himself and swung for the last time. There came a hammering at the door. It crashed in. Police clubs whistled right and left. The Chinese fled into their secret lairs.
And I guess that will be all,
panted Harry in the taxi that took them home.
I don't think you'll ask for any more adventures after this one.
Why didn't you pick up the Joss's head?
Replied Pauline.
It would have looked so nice and dreadful in the library.
But the glory of her golden hair nestled upon his torn shoulder, and he knew that he would go through all the perils in the world for happiness like this. End of Chapter 9. Baskinelli's Quarry. The Perils of Pauline, Chapter 10, by Charles Goddard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 10. Caboth's Wild Horse. For several months after old Mr. Marvin's death, Owen had kept to his cubbyhole room adjoining the financier's small, plain-furnished workaday office. But recently he had got the habit of doing his work in the library, where the tall, pure statues looked down upon his skulking head, and the grand old books that had borne their messages of good from generation to generation held their high thoughts in stately contrast to his skilled and cruel plots. Above the bowed, bald head that was planning the death of a young girl to gain her fortune, stood a figure of Persephone, child of innocence, and sunlight shadowed by black robes of dice. Upon the coward, who feared all but the darkest and most devious passages of crime, shone high, clear brows of Caesar and Aurelius. Grey folios of Shakespeare held up to the ambitious ingrate the warning titles of Lear and Hamlet and Macbeth. And by his side brooded ever that mystic relic of the farther past, the mummy, from whose case had stepped a daughter of the Pharaohs in the likeness of Pauline. But Owen thought little of contrasts. He was opening his mail on a morning in early May, when he came across an envelope addressed in the awkward scrawl of Hicks. He tore it apart nervously, for if Hicks could be moved to write, it must be a matter of concern.
Dear Owen, no doubt he suspects you of foul play. He has seen his attorneys and is about to take steps to have you removed from the trusteeship.
The paper crackled in Owen's trembling hand. So the Baskinelli incident had gone a little too far. Harry Marvin had sense enough to know that he would not have to fight 3 murderous Italians and a rabble of Chinese unless there had been a plot behind Pauline's peril. It might be best to go directly after Harry, to put him out of the way first. And yet, Owen pondered, there was no proof of anything wrong. Pauline was admittedly plunging into these adventures of her own free will. Nothing could be proved against him or Hicks. He resumed his work. Among the letters lay an advertising dodger which had been dropped through the door. Owen glanced at it carelessly at first. Then, with keen interest, he read it over. Balloon ascension from Palisades. Signor Pentella, the famous Italian aeronaut, will make parachute drop from height never before attempted. The ascension was to be made that afternoon from one of the amusement parks on the New Jersey shore of the Hudson.
This is Providence,
he muttered to himself, catching up the dodger. Slipping through the door and up the stairs, he tapped at the door of Pauline's room. When there came no answer, he entered swiftly, laid a paper on the table, and glided back to the hall, back to the library. From there he called up Hicks. Hicks' domiciles were so many and suddenly changeable that he claimed nothing so dignified as a regular telephone number. But he had scribbled on the bottom of his note the number of a saloon on the Lower West Side. He was there when Owen rang.
Hello. Is that you, Hicks? I want to see you. What? No, right away. Broke. You always are. You'll get the cash all right. What's that? Come here? Not on your life. I'll come to you. Not half that time. I'll take the motorcycle. All right. Goodbye.
He hung up the receiver, went up to his room, and got into cycling kit. As he came downstairs he met Pauline, who was returning from a shopping trip.
"Good morning, Owen," she said brightly. "Do you know, I believe there is more peril in a dry goods store than on a pirate yacht. What parts of my new hat are left?"
Only the becoming ones.
She sped on up the stairs. After her first imperative inquiries of the mirror concerning what she considered her wild appearance, she picked up the letters on her dressing-table and began to run through them. The large black type of an advertising dodger loomed among the letters. Pauline tripped down the stairs. To Harry, seated on the steps enjoying the spring sunshine and puffing a leisurely cigarette, appeared a mysterious vision. He knew by the elaborate way in which she took her seat beside him and hid the piece of paper in her hand that she had some new whim in fermentation, something to ask him that she knew he wouldn't want to do.
Yes,
He said, moving along the step away from her.
I know you've just bought me the loveliest cravat, and that I'm the nicest brother in the world, that I look so handsome in springy things, and, well, what is it?
Pauline pouted at the other end of the step.
"I'm going up in a balloon and jump down,"
said Pauline,
"from a height never before attempted."
Polly, you were going to do nothing of the...
No, I wasn't going to, until you grew so great and grand. I just wanted to go over and see him fly.
She tossed the dodger over to him. He glanced at it.
Well, if you promise you aren't plotting any more pranks, I'll take you.
That's a worthwhile brother. It's a pink one.
Pink one?
Cravat, of course.
Harry groaned.
Oh, give it to the cook.
He pleaded.
He wears them alive. If that fellow goes up at 2:30, you'd better hurry.
I'll be ready before you are.
She rose quickly, but Owen, looking, listening, had time to close the door unseen, unheard. At the rear of a little West Side saloon, he signaled with his horn, and Hicks came out. He was a bit shabbier than usual, and he had been drinking, but he was not intoxicated. Owen locked his machine, and taking his arm, walked him rapidly up the avenue.
What do you mean by writing to me?
Demanded Owen.
Haven't I told you never to put words on paper?
Oh, I guess you got that house wired so nobody'll catch you.
Grunted Hicks.
Live wires, too. Clever butlers, footmen, maids, chauffeurs, cooks, you're safe enough.
You forget. Those are your wires. They don't know they're working for me. Hicks, are you out of your head? Have you told Bemis that you and I are working together?
Sure not. But that butler is no fool, Mr. Owen.
Was it from him you found out that Harry had the lawyers after us?
No, queer thing that. It wasn't.
Who, then?
The little Espinosa.
Espinosa? In New York?
Yes, met her at the Trocadero a week ago. She'd seen old Calderwood already. I guess she blackmails him, the old reprobate, and him the noble counselor at law for Mr. Harry Marvin.
So you put her on the scent, for us?
Why not? The young fellow's been acting suspicious for a long time.
You did very well.
How about some money? I haven't seen the color of a roll since you put that fool Baskinelli into the game. Ain't you coming across?
Certainly. Here,
said Owen, handing over enough to sate even the predatory greed of Hicks.
Now, what I want you to do is to find me someone among your horse racing friends who is down and out enough to take a little cash job at certain slight risks.
Yes? What?
I want a good rider on a wild horse. He could make $1,000 in an afternoon if the horse should happen to get wild at the right time and do the right thing.
Mused Hicks.
I wonder if Eddie Kaboff has still got his livery stable down on 10th Avenue. We might go see.
After 10 minutes' walk, Hicks brought up in front of a bill-plastered door in a fence. He held it open for Owen, and they passed across a vacant lot to a large, dilapidated-looking stable at the further end. The short, dark man, who sat in a tilted chair against the doorway and puffed lazily at a pipe, seemed to embody the spirit of the building and the business done there. He was a man who had once, in the days of racing, been called a sport. He might still be called horsey, and would consider the term a compliment. But Eddie Kaboff's fame and fortune had both dwindled since the good old betting days, when little swindling games larded the solid profits of crooked races. One by one his thoroughbreds had given up their stalls to truck horses, just as Eddie's diamond studs had given place to plain buttons. His beady black eyes watched the two newcomers on their way across the lot, but he gave no sign of recognition until Hicks and Owen reached the door.
"Hello, Eddie,"
said Hicks. Kaboff got up slowly and extended a flabby hand to his acquaintance. He was introduced to Owen, who let Hicks do the talking.
"What's new, Eddie?"
"Nothing."
"Still got that wild horse you never was able to sell?"
"Yep."
"Can you still manage him yourself?"
"I guess I could. But he ain't safe to take among traffic."
Hicks stepped close to Kaboff, talking in rapid whispers. The little man turned white.
No, I'm too old for that kind of game,"
he said. Owen drew from his pocket a roll of yellowbacks, the biggest roll Eddie Kaboff had seen since the days of easy money.
"This much to try it,"
said Owen.
"and as much again if you make good."
Kaboff's glance wavered a moment between the penetrating eyes of Owen and the money in his hand.
"Take it. It's yours."
The flabby hand closed almost caressingly around the roll.
"We'll go in and have a look at the brute,"
he said. They followed him through a line of stalls to a large padded box at the far end of the barn. A beautiful bay saddle horse occupied the box. Kaboff entered and called the animal, which answered by flying into a seeming fury, plunging about the box, kicking, rearing, and snapping.
"Same old devil,"
muttered Hicks.
"He'll do."
The sight of an apple in Kaboff's hand calmed the animal. It came to him and ate docilely, while he slipped a bridle over its head. Once outside the stall, however, it began another rampage. Hicks held a last whispered conversation with Kaboff, giving him minute instructions.
"I can just try it, you know,"
said Kaboff.
"I can't guarantee to get away with it."
"As much again if you do, you know,"
said Owen as he started briskly away with Hicks. The place that Pantella had chosen for the start of his balloon ascension was a field upon the crest of the Palisades above the amusement park. Pantella had brought with him from abroad a reputation for daredevil adventures in the air, and he had proved his reckless courage in the several brief ascensions that he had already made on this side. Today, with his promise of the longest parachute drop on record, people flocked to the field from New York and all adjacent New Jersey.
"I wish you wouldn't always invite that velvet-pawed servant on our trips,"
grumbled Harry to Pauline, as Owen went for his dust coat.
"Owen is my trustee and guardian. You have no right to speak of him as a servant. Besides, when he's along, he keeps you from being silly."
Harry stamped out to the garage, swung a new touring car around to the door, and soon, with Owen and Pauline, was speeding for the ferry. Signor Pantella was superintending the filling of the great gas bag. He was a tall, lithe man in pink tights, beneath which his muscles bulged angularly like the gas filling the balloon bag. A Latin rapidity of speech and motion added to the pink tights made him comically frog-like, and even the abitus of medals on his breast could not save his dignity. He bustled about giving orders to the workmen who were preparing to cut the ropes, then flitting back to the crowd to answer the questions of impromptu admirers. Pauline had left the car and was standing between Owen and Harry near the rapidly filling bag.
I wish I could talk to him too. He's so cute and hippity-hoppy,
she said. Owen stepped to Pantella's side.
Would you permit the young lady to see the balloon basket?
He asked.
With pleasure,
said the airman, after a glance at Pauline. He led the way to the basket and helped Pauline up so that she could look at the equipment, the anchor with its long coil of rope, the sandbags and water bottles. She was plainly fascinated as Pantella explained the manner of his flight and his drop through the air. As she saw them attach the basket to the tugging bag, she was thrilled. At this moment there was a flurry of excitement on the outskirts of the crowd. A horseman, on a beautiful bay mount that was evidently unmanageable, came plunging and swerving down the field. The crowd broke and scattered in front of the menacing hoofs that flew in the air as the vicious animal reared. The horseman, clad in a somewhat threadbare riding suit, was a small man with beady black eyes that turned from side to side as he swayed in the saddle. He seemed to be afraid of his mount and to be looking for help. But it was remarkable that apparently so poor a rider held his seat and actually managed to bring the beast to a nervous stand some 50 yards from the balloon. The little man looked around over the heads of the crowd. He caught sight of Owen beside Pauline near the balloon basket. The lifting of his riding cap might or might not have been a salute and signal.
Oh, I wish I hadn't promised Harry not to go up. I know Signor Panatella would take me,
sighed Pauline. Harry had turned away to watch the actions of the strange horseman.
You might scare him a little,
Owen suggested. Those words were the greatest risk he had taken in all his deeply laid plots. Pauline caught at the suggestion eagerly. She sprang lightly from the little platform into the balloon car. A murmur of mingled astonishment, applause, and alarm rose from the crowd. 2 of the workmen were cutting the last ropes that held the basket to earth. 10 others were holding it with their hands, awaiting the airmen. Pantella purposefully delayed the moment of mounting the basket. The tugging of the huge balloon against the strength of a dozen men gave impress to his feet, and he liked the state of suspense. But the sound from the surprised throng called his attention now to a scene that made him forget affectation and effect. He started to run toward the basket, shouting peremptory orders.
"Out of the car! Out of the car instantly, madam! You are risking your life!"
His excitement infected the crowd. Surging, it seemed to sweep with it the rider on the restive horse. For, as a hand was suddenly lifted in the midst of the crowd, the horse apparently overcame the legs braced to spring. It shot forward directly at the balloon basket. The hand that had been raised was the hand of Raymond Owen. All was happening so swiftly that neither Harry nor Pantella reached the basket before the maddened animal. The crowd had given way in panic before it. Cries of fright were mingled with cries of pain as the beast charged straight upon the men holding the basket, felling and crushing them with shoulder and hoof. For an instant A few desperate hands held to the wrenching car. Pantella had all but reached the platform. Harry was within arm's length of it, when, with a writhing twist, the bag jerked, the basket sideways and upward, knocking to the ground the last two men who had held it, and whirling forth into the deathly emptiness of space a cowering, stunned girl, whose white face peered and white hands pleaded over the basket rim, peered down upon the upturned faces of thousands who would have risked their lives to aid, but who stood helpless in their pity, hushed in fear. For a moment Harry had stood dazed. It was as if the twanging taunt of the ropes, as the bag tore almost from his grasp the most precious being in the world, had snapped the fibers of action in him. The days passed quickly, but in the moment of its passing, the balloon, risen now 500 feet in the air, had swept its way westward over a mile of ground. Harry turned to look for his motor car. Standing as he was, at the spot from which the balloon had ascended, he now faced a human barricade. With a shout of warning, he charged at what seemed to be a vulnerable point in the files of wedged shoulders. The wall resisted. The throng was lost to all but the dimming view of the balloon. Harry swung right and left with his broad shoulders. He tore his way through. The car was standing where he had left it, on the outskirts of the field. As he approached it, he saw Owen emerge from the crowd and hurry toward a runabout that had just been driven upon the field.
"What's the matter?"
yelled a man in the machine, and Harry recognized the voice of Hicks.
Miss Marvin, carried away in the balloon,
cried Owen, in a tone of excitement that was not all feigned. He joined Hicks beside the runabout. Harry sprang to the seat of his touring car. It seemed to leap forward. He shot past the two conspirators and heard Owen's voice calling after him.
Wait, where are you going? I'll go with you.
You're too late,
shouted Harry bitterly over his shoulder. An envelope of dust sealed itself around the spinning wheels of the big machine as he took the road after the balloon. Steadfast, but hopeless, he fixed his eyes upon the unconquerable thing in its unassailable element, a thing that seemed to be fleeing from him, as if inspired by a human will. Death rode beside him at his breakneck speed, but he did not know it. He knew only that he must follow that black beacon in the sky, that he must be there when its flight was over, when the end came. He did not know that Owen and Hicks, in the runabout, were also following, that they, too, watched with an interest as deep as his, with a hope as poignant as his hopelessness, the dizzy voyage of Pauline. End of Chapter 10. Kaboff's Wild Horse. The Perils of Pauline, Chapter 11, by Charles Goddard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 11. From Cloud to Cliff.
"Wonder what he thinks he can do,"
growled Hicks, as they sat in the runabout and watched Harry pass them.
Trying to break his own neck for nothing,
replied Owen.
If he keeps up that speed, we'll get both birds with one sandbag.
"I hope so. He didn't speak, did he? You can see by the way he acts he don't want us around, even now."
It doesn't matter what he wants. It's what he does.
"You don't think he can save her?"
He might, and I don't want her saved this time, Hicks, you understand? I can't afford it this time. I've said too much.
"Well?"
Where did you get this runabout?
Upper East Side, private party. I didn't want to do any business near home.
That's right. How much is this machine worth?
Asked Owen irrelevantly.
Oh, 600 or 700. It ain't new. Why?
If anything should happen to it, there wouldn't be any trouble, provided the bill was paid, would there?
I got an idea the owner would grab at 300 for this here buggy. But why?
And if this automobile disappeared, vanished, no trace of it, you're sure there wouldn't be any investigation?
Pursued Owen.
Yes, it would be all right, I tell you. But I want to know what your scheme is. How can you use this machine to get rid of Harry? Tell me.
Hicks insisted.
Never mind. Yet. How do you make the course of the balloon now?
I guess she'll go over Quirksboro and then up between Hoxie and Brent.
Then we can pass him at Quirksboro.
How do you figure that?
He'll stop for gasoline. He hasn't got enough to go more than 2 miles beyond there. I saw that he hadn't when we set out.
What do you want to pass him for? Why not let 'em both break their own merry little necks and us pick 'em up and do the weepin' afterwards? That's our music.
You fool. Don't you think a balloon ever came down safe yet? Don't you know that young devil has got his head full of schemes to beat me out again? I tell you, we've got to make sure of this trick. We've got to get him.
Unconsciously, Hicks brought the machine to a stop as both men strained their eyes at the balloon, now traversing a lower course more slowly. They saw Pauline stand erect in the basket and lift the heavy anchor over the side. Harry, going at terrific speed on the deserted road, saw the drop of the anchor with a thrill of hope. At least, even if it was useless in itself, it showed him that Pauline was brave and calm enough to use her wits. He waved again, but there was no answering signal. Suddenly, the balloon itself was lost to sight from the road. At the lowering angle, drawn downward partly by the anchor and partly by the gradual loss of gas, it swung over the hills. The road led between 2 hills. Beyond, it curved to the east and north. As he reached the curve, Harry was surprised that the balloon was not in sight. When, after circling another hill, Harry had still failed to pick it up, he was alarmed as well as puzzled. The hills had muddled his senses of direction, but he knew that he was near the river again, back on the verge of the Palisades. This added to his fears. There was but one thing to do, though: follow the road. He went on slowly. Suddenly he uttered a cry and threw on full speed. Over the top of a high, jagged cliff, set like a rampart between 2 bastion knolls, he saw the upper half of the gas bag. It veered and tossed in the wind like a tethered thing. The basket was invisible, but Harry knew that the anchor had caught on the cliff side. As he neared it, he discovered that what was a cliff on one side was the river wall on the other. He thanked heaven that the road led to the top of it. He turned the machine up the road, which threaded narrow ledges through growths of bramble and stunted trees. He saw and turned sick in soul and body, for the pulling of the balloon held the basket almost inverted, and Pauline was not in the basket. The anchor had doubled itself into rock or root far down the cliff side. From it the balloon dragged toward the river instead of toward the shore. The taut rope writhed 50 feet out from the top of the declivity. To the edge of the cliff crawled Harry. He moved rapidly, but at the utmost verge he paused and covered his eyes with his hand. At last he looked down. To Pauline, on her wild flight, had come increasing calm. As she felt the balloon reaching lower levels, though it still soared high above the hills, She even allowed herself a little hope. Leaning over, she watched the shining blades of the anchor dance through the air. Northeastward, she could see the waves of the great river dancing. On the little anchor hung her hope of life. In the water, beyond the farthest cliff, lay her final peril. She had lost track of Harry and the other automobile long ago. She had given up all hope of aid from any living thing. The balloon moved slowly above the palisade. The anchor dragged on the landward side of the knolls. These were sheer rock that the steel talons clawed in vain. The balloon moved out over the river, then suddenly glided back. An eddy of breeze from the water had turned its course. The anchor dangled along the river wall of the precipice. Pauline seized the rope. She alternately pulled and loosened it, trying to hook the anchor to tree or shrub. Suddenly she was flung forward, almost out of the basket. The balloon had stopped with a jerk. Hopefully, fearfully, she pulled in the rope. The anchor held. The balloon was tugging and swaying wildly, but its tether did not break. She looked down at the ledge. Between her and that narrow footing, the only thoroughfare was 200 feet of swaying rope. She pulled upon the rope again. She dropped 2 more of the heavy ballast bags over the side, and the bag shook and groaned upon its stays as it dragged the anchor deeper into the rock. She put her feet over the edge of the basket. With her hands clutching the rim, she lowered herself. Taking her hands from the basket and grasping the rope, she started down. The raw hemp tore her hands. The fearful strain upon her arms made her sick and faint. Only desperation nerved her after the first 10 yards. The wrenching of the balloon whirled and jostled her. At first, holding only by her hands, she was flung out from the aft halyard like a flag. Then instinct told her to wrap her feet around it, and she trembled on. She looked down once, saw the far swaying river, and looked quickly up again. It was not until her groping feet touched the rock of the ledge that she opened her eyes again. At the top of a slender rope whirled and veered and battled a balloon with an empty basket. The sound of creaking ropes mingled in her ears with the chugging of a motor car. The chugging seemed a long way off, but its noise seemed to make her dizzy. She sank in a dead faint upon the narrow ledge beside the hooked anchor.
Pauline! Pauline! It's I, Harry. Can you hear me? Pauline!
There came no sound in answer, only the creaking of the balloon rope in the air, the rasping of the anchor fluke upon the stone. He sprang up and back to the motor and began throwing out the robes, blankets, tools, and chains. He laid a blanket on the ground and began to slash it into strips with his pocket-knife. In the ends of the strips he cut slits and linked the slits with the chains to form a rope. He paused only once in his frantic labor. That was when he rushed back to the edge of the cliff to look again and call again, in vain. He fastened the chain at the end of his strange line to a sapling growing some 10 feet back of the verge, and with a throb of relief saw the other end drop to within a few feet of the unconscious girl. He tested the strength of the cable by pulling on it with all his might. It did not give. He put himself over the cliffside and began the descent. Owen and Hicks had not only lost the balloon, but had lost Harry too. They could follow him only by the deep-cut tracks of his flying car, and these were as likely to be over marshes and fields as on the highway. More than once Hicks urged that they turn back.
"We can't do no good,"
he argued.
"If they ain't dead, they ain't, that's all."
"I've got to be sure,"
muttered Owen. The little runabout had a hard fight to climb the cliff that Harry's big car had taken so easily. But as they came through the grove into view of the balloon and the empty basket, the two felt amply rewarded for their worry and trouble and toil.
"By George, it has happened. It's done,"
cried Owen. No artist gazing on a finished masterpiece, no conqueror thanking the fates for victory, could have spoken with more triumphant fervor. But Hicks was out of the machine and running to Harry's car. He saw the shreds of the blankets. He saw the knife. Finally, he caught a glimpse of the chain that was fastened to the sapling.
"Don't be so sure,"
grumbled Hicks.
"Come on, but come quiet."
He got down on his hands and knees and crawled to the edge of the cliff. Owen followed him. Together they drew back with gasps of surprise and anger. Hicks sprang to his feet. His big-bladed knife flashed in his hand. He sawed excitedly at the small chain. A low curse escaped him as the blade bent on the links. Owen had dashed to Harry's auto. He was back with a pair of heavy pliers. In a flash he had cut the chain. The end of it shot over the cliff. There was a startled cry from below. It was several minutes before Hicks and Owen looked down again. The man they thought they had just killed, and the girl whom they had marked to die, stood on the ledge in each other's arms, oblivious of life or death, or foe or friend, of everything but love. Pauline was still a-quiver with the shock of her waking. A cry ringing above her had brought her from her swoon, and she had looked up to see the terrible balloon still reeling over her, and to find Harry dangling from a rope's end not 10 feet away. She rose weakly and stretched out her arms to him.
"Be still. Don't move, dear,"
he called softly.
"You can't help me.
There was a sudden snapping sound from over the top of the cliff. The chain end of the line fell upon his shoulders. He dropped joltingly to the ledge and lunged forward toward a further fall. It was the soft arms of Pauline that caught and held him, both trembling a little as their lips met. From overhead came the sound of a starting automobile. Harry shouted at the top of his voice. There was no answer. He stopped quickly and picked up the severed end of the lifeline.
"Look, it wasn't broken, it was cut,"
he cried.
"Good heaven, Polly, who is it that hates us like that?"
For answer, she merely nestled nearer in his protecting arms. They sat down on the ledge, and Harry's keen eyes watched the tantrums of the balloon in the wind. It was pulling fiercely toward the river now, but the anchor held fast. Suddenly Harry sprang up. Pauline started to follow his example, but he motioned her to stay where she was. In his hand gleamed the revolver that he had carried ever since the battle in Bascanelli's den.
"Who is it?"
whispered Pauline.
"Can you see someone?"
He raised the revolver in the air, took aim, and fired. The balloon rope at his feet suddenly slacked, and he caught at its sagging loop to keep the anchor from loosening. He fired twice again at the balloon bag, and Pauline, clinging to his shoulder, saw the monster that had held her a slave to its elemental power, that like some winged gorgon had held her captive in a labyrinth of air, crumple and wither and fall at the prick of a bullet. saw it collapse into a mass of tangled leather and rope and slide in final ruin down the smooth cliff. She looked at Harry with a whimsical smile that she could not suppress, even on the dizzy heights of danger.
"Did you really think I would fly away again?"
she asked.
Hopeless ward.
He said.
Pitiful case. Miss Pauline Marvin, crazy heiress, thinks she's funny when she's merely getting killed. No, Miss Flippancy, I wanted a line to slide the rest of the way on,
he announced as he gave the anchor rope a twist around a rock. Pauline's merriment vanished like a flash.
"Oh, I can't do it again, Harry. I can't,"
she cried tremulously.
It will be easy this time,
he told her.
Here, give me your hands.
With a piece of the blanket rope he tied her wrists together and placed her arms about his shoulders, grasping a rope that sagged away to the wrecked balloon on the road far below. He placed a leg over the ledge, wrapped it around the rope, and bracing the other foot against the rock wall, started joyously on his fearful task. Joyously, for if ever man rejoiced at the gates of death, it was Harry Marvin. To him, the chance to risk his life today was a blessing and a boon. It was what he had prayed for hopelessly on the long motor dash in the wake of the balloon. Just the chance to try and save her. To die with her was all he asked. To die fighting for her was all he wanted. And here he was, holding her in his arms on a stout rope, already halfway down the cliff. At the bottom, he let her feel the firm earth once more.
Now you can open your eyes,
he said. With his torn hands he started to lift her arms from his neck, but she clung there, weeping.
"Oh, Harry, you are so patient, so good and brave, and I have made you risk your life again for me."
Sure, that's it. Worry about me now,
he grumbled, although he held her tenderly and close.
When will you find out that my life doesn't matter? It's yours that counts.
"I will never, never do it again,"
said Pauline, like a naughty child.
You used to say that when you were 4 years old. It was usually a lie,
said Harry.
"I love you,"
said Pauline irrelevantly.
Then why in the dickens don't you marry me?
He demanded.
"Because—"
She stopped. Steps sounded from the roadway. They peered through the thicket that concealed them and saw Owen approaching. Pauline hailed him. He turned toward the thicket in obsequious haste.
"Thank heaven, Miss Marvin,"
he cried.
"It must be a miracle. And you are safe, too,"
he added, turning to Harry.
How did you know I was ever in danger?
Inquired Harry grimly.
"We heard shots,"
explained Owen.
"We saw the balloon fall and we knew what you had done. It was magnificent. I congratulate you."
Congratulate Polly,
said Harry.
She slid out of heaven, while I only slid downhill.
"Where is your car, Mr. Marvin?"
Up on the hill, if the kind persons who cut the chains didn't take it with them.
Owen did not change color.
"Well, I'll go and see if it's there. If not, I'll find Hicks in his runabout. He's waiting somewhere about."
He set off briskly up the road.
Polly, you still trust that man?
Asked Harry.
"One has to trust one's guardian, doesn't one?"
He tossed his hands above his head in a gesture of give it all up.
"That's right, keep him there,"
said a rough voice, and a wiry man with white handkerchiefs tied over his face below the eyes sprang with crunching strides through the bushes.
"Keep up your hands, I say,"
he thundered at Harry as he leveled a revolver. Pauline was beside him, and Harry dared not move. But Pauline dared. With the resourceful courage that always inspired her, she whipped his revolver out of his hip pocket and fired at the intruder's head. His hat fluttered off into the road. He sprang at Pauline and wrested the gun from her. As Harry rushed him, he had no time to fire, but the butt of one revolver crashed on the young man's forehead. Harry sank unconscious in the road. Pauline knelt beside him. She was screaming for Owen, even for Hicks. Hicks was instantly beside her, but not to aid or rescue, for Hicks was the man with the handkerchief mask. He half dragged, half carried Pauline to a thicket that concealed the runabout. He drew a roll of tire tape from under the seat and bound it cruelly around her lips. He took ropes and tied her hands and feet, placed her in the seat beside him, and started the machine. If Harry, struggling to rise out of the dust of the road, could have seen Pauline now, bound and gagged beside Hicks in the runabout, he would have known her to be in greater peril than ever the balloon had brought her. Pauline was not long unhidden. As the quick ear of Hicks caught the sound of wheels, he grasped her roughly by the arm and thrust her into the bottom of the machine. Without taking his hand from the lever or slackening speed, he pulled a blanket over her and tucked it in with one hand.
"Don't move either,"
he growled.
"or you know."
A farmer on his wagon came around a bend. His cheery good morning brought only a grunt from Hicks, but the sound of the kind voice thrilled Pauline. She struggled under the blanket and almost reached a sitting posture before Hicks crushed her back. The runabout had flashed by, but the farmer had seen something that alarmed even his stolid mind. When a half-mile up the road he came upon a young man, dazed and wounded, staggering through the dust. He drew rein and leaped out. A draught of whiskey from the farmer's bottle braced Harry.
"You passed them on the road?"
he cried.
"A machine with a man in it, and something else. Something in the bottom of it that moved,"
said the farmer.
"A horse,"
said Harry.
"Quick, one of yours will do."
The farmer hesitated. Harry thrust money into his hand.
"Quick!"
he shouted. Together they unharnessed the team. Coatless and hatless, tattered, wounded and stained, Harry swung himself to the bare back of a stirrupless steed and galloped out on what he knew was the most dangerous of all the pathways of Pauline. End of Chapter 11. From Cloud to Cliff. The Perils of Pauline, Chapter 12, by Charles Goddard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 12. The Old Grigsby House Pays Penance. To young Bassett of the American, the excitement of existence, since he became a reporter and joined the Jehus of the Truth Wagon, had consisted mainly of chasing pictures in the afternoons and going to strings of banquets at night. He had no more enthusiasm for photographs than he had for banquets. Word painting and graining was his art, and so, when a big story walked up and beckoned to him, he was as happy as a boy in love. It had been a dull day for news. The evening papers were barren of suggestions, and the assignments had run out before Bassett's name was reached. That meant another afternoon of dismal lingering in the office, without even a photograph to chase. Bassett flung himself disgustedly into a chair and straightened a newspaper with a vicious crackle as the last of the other reporters hurried out. He thought he caught a gleam of merry pity in the reporter's eye. Never mind. Let him laugh. Let him wait. One of these days he'll be the one getting the real stuff, and putting it through, too, from tip to type, without a rewrite man or a copy reader touching it. Let him wait.
In a balloon? Where?
The suddenly vibrant voice of the city editor, talking over the telephone, caused Bassett to lower his paper and hushed even the chatter of the office boys.
Palisades? Panatella? Yes. Who's the girl? You don't know?
The paper dropped from Bassett's hands.
Much obliged. I'll have a man over there, but you go right ahead.
The city editor clicked down the receiver and whirled in his chair.
Oh, Bassett, our Weehawken man says a young woman has been carried off by Panatella's balloon. They've lost the balloon. Get a car and get over there quick. Go as far as you like, only find the girl and let me hear from you. Quick!
Bassett jumped to a phone and ordered a high-powered machine to meet him at 96th Street. He ran down William Street, with his straw hat under his arm, and dived into the subway. An express had him at 96th Street in a few minutes. His machine was there. They dashed for the ferry and were on the aviation field before the bewildered crowd that had witnessed the runaway flight of the balloon had dispersed. Bassett jumped out and mingled with the people. They knew nothing except the general direction toward the west that the balloon had taken. Automobilists had pursued for a long way, but had seen the gas bag turn to the north and disappear in the hills. The automobilists had returned, most of them. 2, who had been with the girl before she leaped into the basket, had not returned. Bassett got back in the car beside the driver, and they glided off on the westward road. Everyone in the farmhouses along the route had seen the balloon, but the houses were further and further apart as Bassett's course was drawn northward, and often he missed the trail. The trail was blazed by the wheel ruts of a giant touring car and a small runabout that frequently left the highways and plowed across the fields. He lost them in the middle of a field that was marshy, where the automobiles left the road, and rock dry at the middle and further side. After a half-hour's maneuvering, he ordered the driver to go back to the road.
Maybe they done the same thing, turned around and come back,
suggested the chauffeur.
Hello, what kind of rig is that?
He added as a wagon appeared around a bend in the road. The peculiar thing about the rig was that while it was a tongued wagon with whiffle trees for 2 horses, there was only 1 horse. The driver, a bearded farmer, was urging the patient animal on, although it was impossible for it to do more than plod in its awkward harness.
"What's the matter?"
called Bassett cheerily, as the machine drew alongside and stopped.
"I don't know,"
replied the farmer, shaking his grizzled beard.
"If I was a young feller like you, I'd go right off and find out."
"I'll go right away. What's up?"
"I don't know. I ain't knowed anything like it in this part of the country in 50 year. First, down yonder on the old river road, I meets an audymobile, with a man drivin' it and something alive and movin' lying in a blanket by his feet. I ain't got more'n a half-mile back from there when I finds a fine young feller, with his good clothes, what he's got left, tore to pieces, no shoes or hat on him, and his head bleedin' bad from cuts. 'Where are they? Did you see a audymobile?' he yells at me. I tells him what I had saw, and he takes my off hoss there and goes gallopin' up the road."
"What road?"
cried Bassett.
"Ye circle this here field and climb the hill, then take the first turn."
"Which way?"
"West, if you don't want ter jump in the river."
"What? We're back at the river!"
gasped Bassett.
"That's about my luck. The balloon's gone over the river, it's in New York, and some Harlem reporter is leading it down to his office on a leash to have it photographed, and I'm hoodooed, that's all."
"I don't know,"
said the farmer.
"but if ye asked me, I'd say that feller in the audymobile was makin' for the woods beyond Quirksboro. It's lonely up through there, and he had somethin' in that there machine that he wanted to keep lonely, I'm guessin'."
Bassett motioned to the driver to go on.
"We might as well see what it is. The balloon's gone home for supper,"
he said bitterly. In 5 minutes they reached the turn where the farmer had last seen Harry Marvin disappear. They took the turn into an ill-kept, dust-heavy road that had cast its blight of brown upon the reeds bordering it. The woods became more and more dense, and the road more narrow. In some places the dust was crusted, as it had dried after the last rain, and the men in the automobile could see that the wheels of another machine and the hoofs of a galloping horse had plunged through this crust but a short time before. Around a bend in the road, going at full speed, Bassett sighted Harry Marvin for the first time. He stood up beside the driver and hailed him, but Harry did not even turn around. The beat of his horse's hoofs drowned the sound. The deep lines of the runabout's wheels in the dust held his gaze and his senses to one thing alone, the rescue of Pauline. He urged the poor beast to its last tug of strength. Weak and dizzy from his wound, he knew that he could go but a little way afoot. The road's high, close-set wall of trees was broken for the first time by a little clearing. Harry's passing glance showed him that there was a house in the clearing. He was exhausted and athirst, but his eyes swept back to the wheel tracks on the road. The runabout had gone on. Harry, without drawing rein, was about to follow, but suddenly, weirdly, the rickety walls of the deserted house gave forth a sound, a rattle and a crash, and from a shuttered window beside a low-ceiled door bellied a sheet of smoke. Harry reined the foaming horse and sprang off. Freed from his weight, the animal staggered on a few paces and fell, panting, in the dust. Harry did not see it. He was battering at the door of the burning house. Hicks could hardly be called a nervous or a timid man. He was certainly not a coward like Owen. But neither did he have the shrewd, scheming mind which was the bulwark of the craven secretary's weakness. At the moment when they discovered the young lovers safe at the foot of the cliff after the escape from the balloon and rock ledge, the two arch-conspirators were two very different men. Owen was shaking like a leaf in his terror of discovery, but thinking of 100 schemes to save himself. Hicks was deadly cool, and thinking of just one thing, immediate and cold-blooded murder. But now, although he thought he had killed Harry, although he knew he had Pauline gagged and bound in the bottom of the runabout, Hicks was afraid. He was afraid of the incompleteness of the thing. He was eager to have done with the girl as well as with the man, and now this latest plan of Owens was but another chapter of procrastination. The incident of the farmer's curiosity had unnerved him, too. He put back over his face one of the white handkerchiefs that he had taken off when he began the flight.
"There's no more pity the poor girl stuff in this,"
he said gruffly to Pauline.
"If you don't keep quiet, I'll kill you. I mean what I say."
He still had the instinctive crook sense to conceal his natural voice. Hicks was afraid, but as mile after mile fell behind them, and the westerning sun gave promise of the early shelter of dark, he began to gain confidence. He mumbled to himself reminiscently,
"The old Grigsby house, eh? Nobody but—"
He checked himself.
"Nobody but somebody would have thought of that."
The old Grigsby house, in front of which the runabout came to a stop after many miles of travel, was set back from the road about 300 yards. In front of it, and on either side, the trees had been cut away, but a tangle of riotous shrubbery lined the path to the door. Behind the house the trees had been left untouched, and now, in its tottering condition, the venerable building literally rested on two of the great elms, like an old man on crutches. The windows were few and shuttered. The black steel blinds were dead as the eyes of a skull. The steel was not rusted, and only a little weather-stained. There were no steps to the door. It opened on the ground level, with a cracked board serving as both porch and footmat. The signs of attempted preservation were what gave the place its ominous air. There was a menace in the steel shutters of the old Grigsby house, and in the fact that the path to the door was kept clear. Up this path Hicks carried Pauline. Before he lifted her in his arms he tested her bonds. He did not know that Pauline was too terrified to conceive the simplest plan of action. Compared with the fear that possessed her now, the torturing suspense of the balloon flight seemed like peace and safety. Hicks held her with one arm, while with the other he unlocked the low door. Swinging heavy on strong hinges, it opened into a narrow hall mildewed with the dampness of decay, the dust of disuse. He carried Pauline up the stairs, which groaned and bent under his steps, and pushed open a door. There was a broken chair, a table, a cot, a washstand, with pitcher and bowl, and a small oil lamp set in a bracket on the wall. Hicks laid Pauline on the cot, and lighted the lamp, using the same match for a cigarette. He seemed spurred by a desire to get away, as if the tottering, grimy halls held memories too grim for even his hardened soul. After testing the shutters of the window, which were locked on the outside, he stepped back to the cot and cut Pauline's bonds and removed the bandage from her lips. As she fell back in a half-swoon, he hurried through the door, closed and locked it, and went down the stairs. Halfway down he stopped abruptly, stood for a moment listening, then hastened on, dropping his cigarette over the banister. He did not see where it fell. He did not care. His only aim was to get out, to get away. He had heard a sound as he came down the stairs that turned his fear to terror. It was the distant grumble of an automobile horn. He locked the door and sped down the bramble-walled path to the runabout. He had left it in the middle of the road, so that as he leaped in and started again, it left no swerve of its wheel ruts toward the old Grigsby house. It was 5 miles to the nearest town, but Hicks made it in 20 minutes, and without hearing again the threatening automobile horn. The first thing he did was to telephone to Owen. For half an hour Owen had been locked in the library of the Marvin house. The events of the early afternoon, the failure of his best-laid plans, the suspense of waiting the result of Hicks's final move, had made him a nervous wreck. He had lighted a dozen cigars and thrown them away. As many times he had picked up the telephone only to set it down again without calling a number. At last he had taken out the thin tube of light pills, had drawn the shades, switched on the electric lights, and sat down to wait for the half-peace that morphine brought to his conscience. As he leaned back in his chair, awaiting the effect of the drug, the mummy in its case stood in front of him. He closed his eyes in a pleasant stupor. He opened them in terror. For a moment his hands were outstretched in front of him, with claw-like fingers clutching at thin air. Then he covered his eyes with them to shut from view the mummy, which stood over him, its upraised hand pointing to him the finger of accusation, its woman's eyes blazing with anger, its cold lips speaking a message that chilled his blood. The telephone bell jangled again and again before Owen found courage to open his eyes. When he did so, he clutched at the instrument, eager for the sound of a human voice.
Hello? Yes, this is Owen.
He glanced apprehensively over his shoulder at the mummy. Its hand was lowered, and it stood motionless as before. He turned excitedly back to the telephone.
It's you. Hicks, what news? She's at Grigsby's? What do you mean? Somebody after you, not him? I give you my word, there hadn't been anything on that road for 2 months. What have you done? What? Nothing? You should have called the police from Jersey. All gone to pieces. I must stay over there. I'll join you tonight. Yes, go back to the house and watch. What? All right.
Pauline, left alone, began to regain her courage. After a few moments she was able to stand up and move slowly about her prison room. She tried the door and the window shutters mechanically. She searched the room for something that might be used to batter down the door. There was nothing. She sat on the cot and tried to think. She sprang up again, trembling. The dry, choking smell of smoke had reached her. Hicks's lighted cigarette had fallen among the wisps of old wall-paper in the hall. She ran to the door. Baffled, piteous, alone, she turned and looked on death. For through the cracks in the floor flashed now the golden daggers of flame in sheaths of stifling smoke. She cowered, choking, by the outer wall of the room. The flame daggers grew into scimitars. The inner wall caught fire. There was no outlet for the suffocating smoke. She sprang to the middle of the room and seized the broken chair. With all her might she crashed it against the door. It fell in pieces at her feet. She picked up a leg of the chair, and running to the window, pounded upon the shutters. She screamed and beat upon the shutters. It was the rattle and crash upon the shutters that made Harry rein in his horse before the old Grigsby house. He saw smoke burst from the lower windows, and battering on the locked door he heard her screams.
"Harry! Harry!"
It was to him she called again in her peril, as she had called before, in the wreck of the yacht, in the den of Baskinelli, and even this day from the rim of the runaway balloon. Always, inspired by that call, he had found their way to safety. He thrust the full weight of his mighty body against the door, which held like solid rock.
"Harry! Harry!"
came the cries again.
"I'm coming, Polly. I'm here."
He dashed to where a heavy tree limb had fallen, carried it to the door, raised it, and charged with it as a battering ram. He might as well have slapped the door with his flat palm. He looked at the windows whence the smoke poured, smoke mingled with flame. Half crazed by the cries from above, he raised the limb to try to break the shutters. He stopped and let it fall. The toot of an automobile horn and the excited voice of young Bassett stopped him.
"What's doing?"
gasped the reporter.
"Is anybody in there?"
Harry pointed to the shuttered window of the upper room. The cries came again, and with the sound of the woman's voice Bassett turned sick. He made a dizzy charge at the door, but Harry caught him back.
"All three together,"
he said. They flung their strength at the portal, but still it held. Bassett turned away, sobbing. He looked up to see Harry spring into the big car, which he forced through the brambles.
"What are you doing? You're crazy!"
yelled the chauffeur, running toward the machine.
"Get her, if I can't, after the smash,"
was Harry's answer. The car lunged on at full speed. The impact rocked the burning house. Frame and door crashed down together before the battering car. It plowed for half its length into the smoke and fire, stopped an instant, quivered, and backed out again, splendid ruin. On Harry's forehead a deep cut streamed. Bassett sprang to catch him, but he climbed out unhelped. Together they leaped the shattered wall. Through searing smoke they climbed the quaking stairs and burst into the shuttered room. The lamp still flickered dimly in its bracket.
"Pauline,"
called Harry, chokingly.
"Pauline, answer me."
There was no answer. On hands and knees he groped over the hot floor. He found her by the window where she had fallen, and flames choked them as they fled. Outside he knelt beside her, chafing her hands when she wakened. He had turned her so that she did not see the towering glare of the flames as the old Grigsby house furnished burnt penance for its crime. Pauline raised her arms and touched tenderly his bleeding brow. He lifted her into the car that Bassett and the driver had patched up.
"Home, James,"
said Bassett with a tired grin.
"but stop at a telephone somewhere and let me tell my boss that I've got a piece for the paper."
End of chapter 12. The old Grigsby house pays penance.